come rope?
Konnichiwa, bud. What's up?
Americans, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? What is this old bag doing? Cleaning a hot dog at a baseball game and then dunking it into the beer. Which, okay, fine. But then she's stabbing the beer with a fucking straw. Getting right, yeah, grip it, Grandma, grip it. Getting right down there, grip it. Then patting the dog back. Yeah, but here, okay, so here's where I'm confused. She cleaned the dog, only to put it back on the bun, which I assume still has some condiments on it. And now she's going back. Even her hut. What the fuck are you doing? And now she's pulling the straw out. Throwing the straw. That's the worst part. She just fucking pitches the straw. Can't even put the straw back in the fucking drink. Pitches the fucking straw. So she can just start sucking it. Go, Grandma, go. And spilling beer. Ma'am, you could have just took a bite of the hot dog. Fucking take a sip. And you would have gotten the exact same experience without 17 fucking steps and spilling beer on yourself, you drunk fucking idiot. She wants to remember her glory days. Hey, you want a bite of my beer, dog? What the fuck? This is the best part. This is the fucking best goddamn part. His face is everything I feel about this. Oh.
I hate you!
I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna squeeze you, I'm gonna watch your eyes roll in the back of your head, you're gonna moan out your last little fucking word, and then I'm gonna go, what are you, gay? And then I'm gonna let go of you and walk away. You're gonna be there, upset, embarrassed, and with a little bonaire.
You are below me!
Hi everyone, hi. Let me say hi to everybody. Hi Omni, congrats on first. Hello Ed Dragon Catman, welcome in. Hello Akorum, hi Yoshi, hi Tasty, hi Kadath, hello Glail, hi Harful, hi Sodacoma. Hi, welcome in. Blushes. Gay. Points at you, gay. But yeah, like this whole thing, I seen this as I was setting up stream like half an hour ago, and I've been transfixed on the entirety of it because every step of the process doesn't make any fucking sense. You could have just saved yourself. Also, DJ pointed out to me, there's no point for her wiping the condiments off because when you go to a stadium game, they just give you the dog and there's a fucking station for you to put on your shit. They don't put ketchup and mustard on. That's up to your dumbass to do. So either he got her a hot dog, trying to do a nice thing and wasted his time at the condiment station, or she's insane. Depends on the stadium. Okay, that's fair. But wait, will stadiums just give you condiments on a hot dog regardless of your choice? Do you have to tell them, or do you order a hot dog and they just give you everything? I think I'd be upset with that because most of the time I just want like onion and mustard on my hot dog. If they just handed me one with fucking like a bunch of shit on it, I'd be like, no, this is already way too much money. This is a pack and a half of hot dogs for one hot dog. The cost equivalent. Real onion and mustard chads rise up. Yes. You gotta pay for that here. You gotta pay for it? You're gonna pay for this. Backhands you. No, these are reasons why I want to go see live sporting events, but I'm eating before I go there. Hi, Nikki, welcome in. Quit stripping me the second you get here, you fucking sloot. Thank you for my head pat. Oh, look at that. You got just the corner of my hip with that leg. I went to Bengal's the game, and they wanted $10 for hot dog with nothing on it. See, this is why in like 4 to 5 years when America, if it's still around, comes out of its hell of its current administration, and I go down there and to see one baseball game costs like half my month's rent, I'm not gonna spend $100 on a single shriveled hot dog that's probably the size of like Slim Jim and probably has the same exterior look as well. I'm just gonna go and have a nice big meal before I go see the game. I might blow money on a drink, but then again, can I get a rum and coke at a baseball stadium, or are they just gonna look at me and go, beer? Because I'm sorry, your elf doesn't drink beer. All the more reason to prove to you that I'm not a dwarf. I do not drink beer. Minor league games are the best. Yeah, when they're still young and they can hurt themselves really bad and recover from it. That's so true. Also, I want to point out that this thing right here, I hate that it's there because whoever this is with 16 plus content, I want this pedophile to be shot in the street. Anytime I see 16 plus content, I just go pedophile, shoot, kill, bang, bang. There's no such thing as 16 plus. You're either a child, you're able to pay taxes, or you're 25. And when you're 25, then I look at you and go, you're an adult now. You're either child, able to pay tax, or a real adult. I'm sorry, this is my age gate happening, and you're seeing it in real time. It's dropping right in front of you. If you're not 25, you are not an adult. And I don't say this disparaging to anyone who's between the ages of 18 and 24. I'm just saying you've got 6 years to actually understand. You've had 18 years, you've had 17 years, 364 days of you don't really have responsibility. You have some responsibility, but you don't really have responsibility. You're 18 now, get fucked. The government will throw you in jail if you fuck up in a fucking heartbeat. And I know there's a thing called juvenile hall, but trust me, unless you fuck up real bad, typically juvie's like, you're going to do some community service, bud. You get no summer vacation. That's another thing. You get no more summer vacation is like the first 6 years of that, you work around. But once you're actually old, then you go, oh, it is over. Over accepting. There's 18, actually no, once you hit 20, you go, it's over, disparagingly. But once you hit like 25 and up, then you're like, no, I accept it. Waffle! Raiders! Waffles! Raiders! Hello, hi. Welcome. Hi. Hope you're well. How was Desert? Did you do a whole Desert Bus stream? Did you do a whole Desert Bus stream, or did you just, like, instantly drive into the dirt? As someone who's only gotten my shit together this year, I say 27 is also an acceptable age. Well, like, the 25 and up is when you start figuring it out. If you don't got it by 35, there's no hope for you. No, I split beer and die. Ah, that's fair. That's fair. Someday I might do Desert Bus, but at the same time, I kind of want to get a steering wheel and everything for it so I can cheat. And I can, like, tie it to the desk in a way where I only have to every once in a while really turn the wheel. Then I can set up a bunch of shit and we can watch a bunch of, like, dumb movies like we did the Goku movie that we watched on last stream at the end of it. My steering wheel wouldn't work. Part of me wants to have the whole steering wheel set up, but like the other part of me is like, where am I putting it? Because I have the weird L desk and I sit right at the corner of the L desk. Actually, I want to get this off my screen now because I keep seeing the 16 plus guy. I know I want to shoot him. Can you tie me to the desk? Harful, did you see the picture of the underside of my desk? Because it's got like the perfect point for that. Hold on. Yeah. There might be cat hair below it. And once Queenie's gone, I gotta like strip this whole area down. Can I get enough of the desk to show? There we go. And now how am I doing this? No, don't panic. Queenie's going back. Queenie's going back to her dad. Queenie's not dying. She's going back to her dad.
I hate the fact that
to which
you're even living.
Goblin's gonna be like, fuck you, I don't want the child. And I'll be like, too bad.
You should not be alive.
You get the child.
You should not breathe the same air I breathe. You are scum. You are below me.
You said below me. But no, as a... Also, hi, Fudgy. Huff the cat? What do you mean, huff the cat? Like, go and breathe deep into the cat? No, she's laying on the bed right now. Thankfully not being a little shit. Open link. Now delete image. So I don't need to keep it there. Hi, Deborah. Welcome in. Yeah, I got this little this little bit of the desk. Pay no attention to the little bits of dust back there. I have to clean everything once I actually rip this room apart. But yeah, no, I've got the perfect post. So if anyone's bad, I can just tie you up right there and constantly kick you in the face the whole stream. I can just keep kicking you in the face the whole stream. The net benefit of an L desk. Yeah. Right in the stomach. Put your face in her belly fur and take a big sniff. No, because then she'll claw. Like, I've done that once, and she will claw the back of my head. Can you send me the link to that desk? Amazon.ca. Past orders. How long ago have I had this? We'll wind it back to 2023. Nope. Wow, 2023, I only made 7 orders to Amazon, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them were just a case of Monster. That's fucked up. I have a problem. Ah, here it is. Now we go to Amazon.com. Sodacoma, you're American, right? I assume you're American, so I'm trying to get you an American link. Yes? Okay, perfect. Here's the exact... Wait, no, that's not the exact desk, because that one has a riser.
Soda!
Ah! Soda! Thank you, Devil, for the 25 bits. Play soda. Is that it? Here it is. Gigantic link ahead. Oh, never mind. It reached the max character limit. Okay, go to Amazon and look for this one. I'm waiting for my decade-old IKEA special to snap in half before I buy a new one. That's understandable. The other desk I had just didn't have the room for everything. So I was just like, fuck it, I might as well upgrade. Ah! Yoshi, thank you. Resubscribe. 17 months. I'm tired mentally, so I'm gonna just lurk. Much love. No worries. Also, I'm gonna hit myself. So apparently, when people auto resub or anything, because Tits' API is, well, the API Tits works on and Tits itself right now is fucked up. It just throws things at me. I pressed out a sit stand about a year ago, but I didn't want to drop like $1,000 on a table. That's totally understandable. There are times I want a standing desk and I want one of them little under the desk tracks so I could literally just be walking the whole time that I'm yapping to you guys. But then I look and go, that's rent. That's rent and like bills and a little bit more. I can't do that. I can't justify that. That's fucking insane, mate. But also, man, I'd really like one. But then I go, no, my lazy ass sits too much. I sit too much. I relaxed too greatly. My old IKEA desk is actually one of the rare goated IKEA products. Like the few that actually works.
Have a medical disorder.
Yeah, I want to walk everywhere. My medical disorder is that I want to walk everywhere, but if I'm given the opportunity to sit, my ass is planted. But yeah, that one, dismissed, don't dox me. Can I just take one of the images and then open it in a new tab? No, it denies me this. But yeah, looking at it, the exact desk I have, it's like 80 American. I bought mine for like $100. Should be fine. Sadly, we have a oh whoa. Okay, we dismissed that. Mine is the hex paper ones. I'm shocked it's held up as long as 3-time monitor mount. Yeah. Canada has a conflation fetish. No. No. Sidebar to that statement, the artist that I reached out to for the slime art that won the poll, they asked if it was okay if they could put a visible womb in the slime. And I kind of just went, shit, I found the best artist possible for this. They replied back after, like, how long ago? I put it in on the... Yeah, it was like a week. They've been ill, so, like, I didn't expect a rush on the reply back of the request. But the second they came back, they're like, Slime Girl and Subby Elf, these are my 2 favorite things to draw. And I went, oh, Lord, it was destined. Hallelujah. Praise. Praise. And I utilized one reference that if you haven't been around long enough, my first model, the first one that was just a Vroid, I utilized the GIF that I found that just looks like that one, that they're being quote-unquote attacked by a slime as reference. So everything's looking up, Millhouse. Everything. Oh yeah, I forgot about that Star Wars thing. I don't want to look at that. I don't want to look at that. Alright, close all that. So tonight, it's a slop stream. If anybody asks, no, I'm not talking about Google Docs.
Come rope.
Fuck! So we got Gritty Goose. Now I can't goose on them. Hi, Rathlos. Welcome in. What about Google Docs? Don't worry about it. If you're unaware of the entirety of it, stay ignorant. I wish I was ignorant, but I have to be aware of these things. Well, I don't have to. I guess I get forced to gain knowledge within the spheres I'm in. The spheres? Yeah, we'll go with that. But TLDR, man, there are so many good reasons why I'm such a hermit, especially in the VTubing space, because I have nothing to give anyone. I have no coattails for anyone to be riding upon, nor do I pull out my hands and try to grab upon others. So the only time you're going to see a Google Doc about me is, hey, we doxed this guy, he's no one, or he's dead. This is my solemn promise to you, the viewer. Burn it all down. Burn it all down. Behold nothing. Behold nothing, and it's all its splendor and glory. Yeah. I wish to correct the mistake I've been doing, which is I've been fucking up on community nights. So tomorrow when I'm done work, then I get home, I'm gonna make a big bowl of spaghetti, and then we're watching movies. What movies? I don't know. Maybe I'll watch the 2 movies I wanted to watch last weekend, which was My Cousin Vinny with Joe Pesci playing a lawyer, and then The Devil's Apprentice, which is Keanu giving up the money he was going to get for the movie so they could get Al Pacino to play the devil, which is a very good fucking role. Christian put out a Google Doc claiming Bud owes him money for streaming his content. No. They can go after Gino first. Oh, someone did something shitty, not Google pushing their AI deeper into my skull. Yeah. Someone did a bad and then tried to say it's just business. Smile. I'm gonna order that desk when my income tax check comes in. Thanks, bud. You're welcome, Coma. Just make sure a good thing I always say is if you've got a spot already planned out for it, take the measurements that are on it, Go measure the area and then measure about 5 inches on both sides more, so you're not shoving it directly snug in. This is what happens when streamer grew up watching shit like This Old House. I watched PBS growing up all the time, and like TVO, which was just Canada's equivalent. My desk isn't snug in as is. Fair. But I'm always like, no, you have to measure like 2 to 4 times anytime you're doing any project, because you're gonna measure it once, think that's fine. One thing's gonna fucking change, and then you're gonna be like, oh motherfucker, I'm gonna kill a man, and then get really mad and throw something against the wall. What did you watch? I watched the channel PBS, and then I watched the Canadian channel TVO. PBS is your public access network, showing you a variety of things like This Old House and Antique Roadshow, or a bunch of like movies that probably nobody else would watch because they're more artistic, or maybe they're foreign based. Reading Rainbow. Or TVO is the equivalent but Canadian. I watched Baron Munchausen on TVO, and I never thought I'd see something like that, because that shows Uma Thurman's titties. Joy of Painting got rebooted recently. Like they're just they're rewatching the syndicated episodes, or like they got somebody else to be Bob Ross, because I don't like the Bob Ross company, because they're just Bob Ross in name and likeness alone, and they have nothing to do with the estate, the family, etc. It's his paintings, but it's a new guy. Ew, I don't support that. Hi, Zarkodia. Yeah, they don't do anything for Bob. His kid is apparently pretty good though. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, why didn't they just get Bob Ross's kid? Like I said, the fact that the company is kind of shit to begin with. So tonight, I have a metric fuck ton of slop for you all. And like any good, you can't replace the real live. Fuck no. And like any good slop out, we first have to start with the trailers. Oh, I didn't do this ahead of time. Hold on. I gotta make one simple adjustment on my side that I had all the time in the world to do before I started stream. Hello, Sunny. Welcome in. Yummy slop. Yes. Hi, Mapey. Mr. Bud, would you rather live as a farmer in North Korea or a farmer in late 1970s Cambodia? I'm getting metaphorically and potentially physically fucked either way, so Cambodia. At least there I have a chance, but if it's North Korea, what am I gonna do? Run to South Korea and get shot in the back? Yeah. Can't nobody tell me nothing. Can't nobody tell me nothing. Good, I'm glad we're on the same wavelength. Maybe, have you seen the degenerate art that I got recently? Maybe have you been on twitter.com? There. Maybe, are you in my Discord? Bitch, get in my Discord. Go to the art channel. Actually, no, it's not technically in an art channel. It's a link in the art channel, so that doesn't really count. Here. Actually, the first website's degenerate. The second website's more artistic leaning. Hurry it up with the slop Bert, Mr. Streamer. I'm going to yap as much as I wish. I will see it when me home. No worries, no rush. It's mostly just another excuse to springboard off the topic to be like, look, I did a thing. People in market will see caca. No, they'll see profile view of ass cheek. They won't see caca. Wizard took those. Anytime that you look at a male presenting individual and you go, hey, this art's really nice, where are the balls? They should just reply with, a wizard took those. Twisted them straight off with their magic. That's why I'm totally fine, because they remove them magically. But All gone. All gone now. All right. So the first bit of slop that's going to rot my brain out. So no one can do the Alien and Predator franchises right, and here's another example.
I didn't think you survived.
Hold on, I forgot this part. I keep forgetting that Vince McMahon is also a Predator, or the Predator killed Vince McMahon and stole his dino. Because Vince also just has that big T-Rex fucking skull in his well, he had one in his office. Maybe he brought that home. This is the trailer for Predator Badlands. This is a teaser trailer that dropped a few days ago. Oh, it's a November final quarter slot movie. Is she a robot? Ooh. So this makes me feel Watani. Is it woman better than Predator Swap? I don't know. No, my gripe is what I'm about to point out now. This thing is not a Predator. This thing's not a Predator. Anybody in class now want to point out what's wrong with this? Hybrid. I hope that's what they come out with. I'm still going to be upset that they're going to call it that, but that's a guy. The hell is that? Yes, good. Yeah, this is the Predator they're using for Predator Badland. Now, as already stated by Kadath, hybrid. Maybe it's just a hybrid. But if this is the fucking style they're going with and not the actual Predator style with the big fucking skull and the dreads are on the side, he's supposed to be balding because his skull's so fucking predominant. That's a hydroconic. Welcome in. Small for a Predator, isn't he? That too. Well, that's a female Predator. No, female Predator is big too. Hold on. Do I got to show the Plague of Grapes female Predator art? Grapes. There we go.
Like, no, but really, what
Classic.
are the people of the city supposed to do when they want to get a nice juicy hot dog?
Because
Or maybe
Dan
a chili dog?
Trenchberg did
Maybe
that
an
also.
AK.
Cloverfield
Predator,
Lane.
Your job is to now be
Cloverfield Lane was supposed to be another movie completely, and then the studio bought it and turned it into Cloverfield. So I kind of look at that as a weird thing of like, oh, last minute just kind of thrown in there. If Weyland-Yutani is involved, it would make sense to be a hybrid. But I doubt they're going to be that imaginative with the movie.
I can't
So
take it
Tacoma,
anymore!
the bit earlier in the trailer where the bunch of guys walk up with the guns, that felt very current Alien Weyland-Yutani-esque. So we might get that collaboration. Otherwise, what the fuck are anyone going after the Predator for? But you do not understand. They needed to divert the entire makeup budget to executive bonuses. Reminder that Thing prequel that came out in the 2000s, that was a piece of shit because a executive walked up on set in the middle of the day, looked at unfinished footage before they could go in and touch it up, and went, this all looks bad, make it all CGI. And so they had to scrap all of the live action fucking real props they made and had to make it all fucking CGI because one dick in a suit went, I don't see the vision. Fuck off, blow more money.
a street vendor, put on the hat and apron, and serve up these These hot dogs
Uncle
and
Phil, that
burgers.
sounds really stupid. He's like, you're really stupid.
Clean up your mess,
And then
fucker.
throws a predator out like DJ Jazzy
Yeah.
Jeff.
Hello.
You make your bed, you sleep in it.
Yeah, exactly.
He's got people lined up. He's squirting mustard on burgers like,
I love cock. Does that say I love cock?
Up. He's
I love cock. It does.
squirting mustard on burgers like, oh, this is really
I
not
can't
on-
believe I did 7 years of Predator college for this. Predator looks out and he's like, I should buy a boat. You know?
Just some serious thinking.
I should really...
I should rewatch
what
their
am I even doing
Concrete
here
Jungle
with all
playthrough
my
with Jerry,
skull belts?
the Predator.
Girls don't notice this anymore. I'm never going to go to the prom with Tina. Just
is not
imagine
honorable
Predators in
at
varsity
all.
jackets.
Wait. This is the reason why.
Yes. With like a big P on the side.
For
Come
Predator.
on, Tina.
Not to be
Wait.
confused with the Minecraft
Ah,
Island
no.
server
You
that
got
came out
right.
full of
nerdy
predators.
Predators with glasses with their books, like running.
Like studying.
I should have just scrubbed the video and got to the
And
point.
then, like, the tough varsity predator slams the nerdy one against the locker. Like, where's my lunch money, dweeb?
Dweebenheimer.
Oh no, my Akajo windbreaker. Now you'll never get into the fraternity, Predator.
Never.
Never. Predator's putting on the freshman 15. Streaking through the college.
They're like,
Right?
there's a Predator.
Why
character,
they
and
come
they're,
on
at the
him like
we
that?
have about 7 minutes in heaven with Tina. And it's like the,
hazing.
It's like the hottest
Yeah, here it is.
girl body, but a big drooling Predator head. And everyone's like, oh my god, she is so hot. She puts out all the time.
I'm gonna go show this head to Tina.
Oh no.
Tina gonna get old squishy.
And we'll get totally laid tonight.
They killed Pat.
You go, Jerry Predator.
Tina!
Dude, you want Tina?
They killed Pat. Alright, yeah. The main point is no, predator females women predator are just as big and scary as regular predator. This is a shitty little human hybrid. But like, I want to emphasize shitty. Who the fuck is... Hold on. I watched this once and hated it because I fixated on the Predator. Who the fuck is this? Oh, it's another Predator.
You're hunting something.
No, but you're 100% right. I don't like this Predator, though, because he looks like a small... Yeah. Is that our... No, is the little guy right there? Is that our boy? I think it is.
That can't be killed.
I don't like the look of this. But the fact that it's only that he's short and that the fucking hair is on top of his head that makes me think maybe this actually isn't a hybrid and that they just don't understand what the Predator is supposed to look like. Harful, I'm gonna backhand you if you say that business suit bullshit marketing speak to me one more time. Yeah, this doesn't look like a hybrid. This just looks like they don't understand what the Predator's supposed to look like. Like they just got some dude and they're like, ah, no, just go out there. He's got dreads, right? A hybrid Predator going back to his roots and fighting to become accepted within the culture is a good concept. And yet everything we think about right now that might be it probably isn't what they actually are going to slop out. Wow, that is really bad CGI. Everything about this is really bad. Dan who? I'm still just laughing at the fucking skull. Dan, also, Wayland Yutani is involved. Well, then, yeah, it's all the slop. Where the hell? is in IMAX still? I don't know. Minty Raiders, hi. Hi. Hello. Hello. Gay Spider Raid. Gay Spider Raid. How was Webbed? How was Webbed? Did you do a speed run? Did you do a world record? Did you web the bug? I still need to play that game. It's very cute. But hi, everyone. Hi, I'm Bud. I'm your gay little elf that you want to smash in the head with a brick. Let me get that out one more time. Ow. Would you kill him with a brick? Yes or no? Would you kill him with a brick? Yes or no? Would you kill him with a brick? Yes or no? Would you take a brick and smash his soft little head in? I did not run it fast at all. I got 14 minutes in skate park and didn't even get to the last letter. Gay! That's still fair. I've seen many people play it, and it's a very cute game, which at some point I do have to play. Then again, I still have to play Soul Reaver 1 and 2 Remake, and that's kind of on top of the list right now. But hi, everyone. Hello. Hi, Jazz. Hi, Manty. Hello, Harper. Hi, Shun. Anxious Rex. Hi. Omar the Void Monster. Thank you for follow. Welcome in. Hello, 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 hello. Hi, Reshiram. Hi, Natty Motion. Hello, 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 hello. Put him in the hydraulic press. Yeah, that's also a good one. Put him in the hydraulic press. Squish him down. Make him flat. Thanks to the person who gifted me a Minty sub, right? About an hour ago. There you go. You get cute little emotes like the plead.
I hate him.
Alright, alright. Oh, yeah. For anyone new here, I refund all the channel points at the end of every stream.
Yes.
So you can just keep spamming shit. Your points don't matter.
Hey, kids, if a stranger comes up
Ow,
to you
stop
and wants
slapping
to fuck
me.
you in the ass, kids,
Ow,
if a
stop
stranger
slapping
comes
me.
up to you and wants to fuck you in the ass,
Haha, fuck you. Get
kids,
fucking
if
denied.
a stranger comes up to you and wants to fuck you in the ass,
It would have been funny if Redeems kept just stacking on top of my head so you couldn't see the steppies.
こんにちは、スノールラックス、パトさん。
Remember when Drew Carey
I hate him. I hate him.
all the
Play some
time,
Nintendo. Bone some chicks.
having to run
Shut up.
the price is right,
Play some Nintendo.
not
Bone
tweeting
some
about being
chicks.
at a fish concert and understanding what it's like being a pussy being cummed in. That's real. I gotta find that. Hold on, I gotta find that Drew Carey tweet again.
Gay. Yes. Yes.
All right, this is a real. I shit you not. Yes, sir. Drew at the fish concert. This is a real tweet from the Drew Carey. Come on, go over. There you go. This is what it must feel like to come with the pussy. Because if it's even close, I'm flaying to wherever tomorrow and getting the best pussy money can buy. I don't need to be a man no more of it. Means I can feel like this all the time. Fucking keep it, bro. If I can get this feeling inside, that was God at work or something. Like it felt like I was being saved by Jesus, no lie. So he's in the big dome in Las Vegas, watching a fish concert, and the whole dome's all the lights and the effects, the big sphere, where it costs $250,000 to get an ad put on. And it's just, he's so high on helium. He's just wrecked. He's wrecked on galaxy gas and acid. Oh, it's so good. How did we get tweets about Shaq's ass being too big for a ride to this? You know. And the best part is, this is the man that hosts The Price is Right since 2007. This tweet was like last year. I gotta retweet this. I gotta start doing the mint thing. Shaq can get it. Shaq can get whatever they want. They have a very good business plan. Multiple businesses, for that matter. You should look up how many places Shaq owns. He's set for life with passive income at this point. Beyond being Shaq, he can get what he wants, except a successful free throw. Well, you don't get everything in life. All right. So who remembers the King of Queens? And Kevin James in general. Oh, god damn it. Hi, Moffy. Hello, Raiders. Chase him down. Chase him down. Hello. How was Burnhouse Lane? Ooh. I have no idea what that was. I hope you had a lovely stream. Hi, Raiders.
I
Hi,
don't want to live.
You're here for the slop stream, right? You're not expecting me to do anything funny. You're here for the slop stream, right? Haha, smile. But hi Muffy, hi Izmir, hi Sella, hello Alex, hello. Does the Kevin James pose? I love when someone redrew that, but it's mint with just the big fat tits out. So funny because it works so good. Or Kevin James when they have the Fred Durst hat on, and like that's the only thing that's changed. That picture also goes really hard. It was great my meat son inhabited a dead body and chainsawed down a demon. Can you link me this game, please? That sounds based as fuck. You're funny? News to me. See, not funny, haha, funny point at, and look, at least we're not him. That's how I view it. That's how I view it. Like anything, you gotta point at the elf and laugh, not because they're saying something comical and amusing, but because, god damn it, it's an elf. Look at that creature. Thank God I'm not that. Ooh, I finally got to watch the Overlord Sacred Kingdom movie. Man, I can't wait for Overlord to just realize that we can just put all the fucking the next few arcs out in movies and we can just rush through this shit. Because honestly, with the Chainsaw Man movie coming up too, that might just be the ticket at this point. Can we, instead of having 20 episodes that could just be 2 hours, just have a 2-hour movie? Send to your Discord, homie. Thank you, I appreciate. Alright, so, reverting back to OVA releases. I mean, the fucking quality's better. Like, it... I don't want to get into the Adult Swim thing, and that's the most I'm saying on the topic. But all I really want to say is some projects, instead of making them multiple parts, just make it like an hour to 2 hours. Just give all the money for that and then be done and move on. Yeah, he was so fast and big googly eyes were filled with rage. Like One Piece? No, but they are doing the... See, I'm referring to arcs, not entire bits, because... I'm biased. I'm not. Shut up. You're tricking me. You know I'm biased on this matter and that I can't actually have a proper conversation about it. But because of how One Piece is structured, there's no way to do an entire arc within a movie because a proper One Piece arc has like 5 things that dovetail instead of the typical 2 storylines that dovetail. So no. I reject your bullshit and substitute it for my lunacy. I think One Piece should be one 32-hour movie. Jazza, that wouldn't be enough. With what the editors have Oda doing, that wouldn't be enough. Oda wanted it to be that. Oda initially wanted One Piece to be over in 5 years. And then the editors kept saying, no, add somebody else. No, add somebody else. All of Wano as a movie would not happen. You could justify Wano as 2 movies. You could have everyone gathering up. Like, you could gather everyone up, like them showing up to Wano, being there for like the little bit. But they were there in the country for like a month or some shit. Being there for a bit, re-meeting the two sides, getting all the forces together, and then going to Onigashima. And then the second movie could be the entire Onigashima fucking part, and then the last, like, 20 minutes could be the epilogue. But you could not do all of Wano in one movie. And even now, as I'm saying that, there's too many good fights that you're not doing the entire raid of Onigashima in one movie. You could do it in 3, but, like, then you're just having 2 movies dedicated to fights. What about Hunter x Hunter finishes? I've never watched Hunter x Hunter, so I have no idea about the mathematical anime that you refer to with the Chimera arc just being a different anime altogether. Can we just have that one before I fucking die? No, you get nothing. I don't get the ending of Berserk. You don't get Hunter x Hunter. That's how this fucking works in my goddamn universe. I'm denied fucking Berserk ending. You had to play so much fucking Idolmaster. I saw a comment on TikTok that said Doctor Who is British One Piece. And I was like, I mean, yeah. No, yeah. No. 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 That's fucking Quantum Leap. Doctor Who is Quantum Leap. Quantum Leap is Doctor Who. Doctor Who doesn't have an end goal. One Piece has an end goal. One Piece is fucking Muppet Treasure Island, if anything. There's an end goal in it. We're going for a treasure. There's something to achieve. Doctor Who is literally shonen fucking like... Doctor Who is every other shonen. Because every other shonen is villain of the week. Something happens just within this episode. You should read Hunter x Hunter. You'd like... I've been told, but at this point, I want a definitive, is it worth my time if I'm not getting an ending? And seeing as it is, I'm not getting an ending anytime soon, so I don't want to start. It's friendship. It's not friendship. Oda has specifically came out and said, no, there's literally something for them to achieve. I've heard the meme enough. I'm going to clarify. There's something there. All we know about Hunter x Hunter is a GitHub link, and then it says hiatus. Okay. There is Bizarro Berserk. I don't want to talk about fucking... I don't want to talk about it. Doctor Who did have an end goal. They retconned it. Yeah, the end goal was that he was going to regenerate 13 times and then fucking die and we'd be over. And then they're like, nah. Hi, son. Welcome in. Hunter multiplied Hunter. Now, I was going to say what initially my brain said, and it was going to say manipulated. But I was like, no. No, let's not. But okay. We're continuing Slop now. With trailers. Doctor Who has multiple end goals, not just necessary for the Doctor himself. Yeah, villain of the week. Villain of the week act structure. And then ultimately the arcs are just how long that Doctor is until he dies. And then he regenerates, and then it starts all over again. There is no longevity goal anymore in it, so I wouldn't even compare it to. What's that? American Berserk Gatsu 1 hour version. Imagine what you could do with 13 lives. Even less of everything I do now. One Flicker Goon to completion. 1, and then you paint wall. Chat, what if I just sat here and ate 2 bottles of zinc? What would happen? I'd be able to see really good. Alright. Every goddamn actor now wants the John Wick treatment.
It's family night.
You and the kids mean everything to me.
There's something I want to talk
And
about.
I don't...
The diner. With some elbow grease, we could be open within a month. No more worrying that the kids are going to
Wow,
find
that
out
is
how you put
Christina
food on the
Ricci.
table.
I couldn't even notice it was her at the start. Chat, do you believe that Kevin James is a hitman? Do you believe that big old Kevin James is walking into places and disarming people? He's making this face. Wait for it. He's making the sigh face. Wish Edition John Wick sign. I believe in life after love, to be honest. I believe that burrito should be $2. And that every breakfast sandwich should be under $3. Every breakfast sandwich should be under $3. I should never see a breakfast sandwich beyond $3. Fuck you. Eggs aren't that expensive. Quit killing chickens. You know Odenkirk has a badass movie also. Yeah, I love Nobody. No, Nobody's good. Nobody structurally makes sense. It's really hard to see Kevin James though. Kevin King of Queens James, yeah. I'm just saying it's really hard to believe this because this is post Paul Blart. How many Paul Blarts were there, chat? How many Paul Blart movies happened? Because I recall 2, but I wouldn't be shocked if there was a 3rd. Don't disrespect my man Kevin James. I'm not disrespecting him being Kurds. I'm just saying it's 3? 3 or 4? He's still believable as a hitman who hasn't slept in days in a 70s movie driving around shitty New York played by Ned Beatty.
Everything okay?
It's business as usual.
Let's
Boom.
go.
Oh, okay. That as second he said business as usual, I was expecting an explosion behind him. 2 Blarts?
My kids cannot find out about this. All this time and you haven't told them?
Yeah, he still needs a paycheck.
You're a good man, Mr. Hayes.
You just happen to be a fucking...
Wonder what kind of home your children are being raised in.
Why are you bleeding?
No, that's red ink.
It looks like blood.
It does, right?
Guzman.
What's this I hear about you wanting to quit the game?
I care about what I do for a living. Shh.
If you leave, you're done. Get down!
Who would do this? What kind of crime syndicate at any level would be like, oh, our best hitman's left, so clearly we have to just in the middle of the fucking night shoot up the new establishment he just got. Liam Neeson did Taken older than this. Yeah, but Liam Neeson never came off as a comedy guy. Can we watch Sakamoto Days instead? The new season hasn't come out yet.
Get in there, kill them all!
The anime was okay. A lot of people... That's the part I was waiting for.
Is that John Wick?
They literally just fucking say it. Kevin Hart isn't old. Y'all watch your mouse. No, Bean Curds. It's my problem with this movie is they're going so direct to... Look, it's just Kevin James as John Wick. That even in the fucking movie, they go, is that John Wick? Like, you can do this. You can do this. But you can't go this fucking on the nose with it. It's slop. This is actually slop. I'll still watch it. I won't pay it. Is it by the John Wick people? I see no indication so far that it is, because the cinematography would be better.
I think our dad married John Wick.
You can't do that twice! You can't do that twice! No, this is a crappy American director.
Dad married John Wick.
I think our dad married John Wick. Their dad's John Wick and their mom's John Wick, so it's 2 John Wicks kissing. I'd rather just watch Keanu Reeves. Funny you say that. Funny you say that. We get a movie set before the events of John Wick. In universe of John Wick.
I know a school
called The Ballerina.
I could take you there if you'd like.
Boo. No, if you just want to watch John Wick. Bean Kurds just doesn't like women.
You must
That was a joke. I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that in
You will always
earnest.
be weaker. You will always be smaller.
This movie needs Kevin James. First time director on that Kevin James movie. Ooh.
Cheat.
Welcome to the Continental.
Yay!
Eve Macaro of the Ruscaroma. What a pleasure to see you again.
See, it's funny because I've burned through like all the John Wick movies very quickly. I watched the first one years ago. Ah, there he is. There he is. Norman Fetus in the funky Norman Reedus. Where's his funky fetus? This is definitely one of those I fucking hate it. Holy shit, I fucking hate the trailers just taking a old song and then slowing it the fuck down. And it's already a fucking Elton John song. It's not that upbeat. It's not his version of Pinball Wizard. But yeah, you get Norman.
Just walked into.
I like Neil's fucking Crocodile Chop more. Chop Suey and Crocodile Rock together is a very good combo.
My father.
My daddy.
This isn't done until they're dead.
Fate is a very humbling thing.
Oh, that's cool. I've never seen that. I unironically never seen that in a movie that I can recall.
It's the one they call the Baba Yaga. How do I start doing what you do?
Looks like you already have.
Oh, he's kind of cut up. I don't know where within the timeline this is. But if you want a John Wick movie that's not John Wick, it at least has him in it. If you want the Kevin James movie...
What?
I'm just processing a lot right now, and you're being a little aggressive.
Honey, get a gun and let's go get the kids.
You get Christina Ricci shooting people.
We can get through anything.
I'm not watching the movie because that's neat.
Fight back.
Fair. Do you want to know when it takes place? Oh, when? I assume pre.
Is everybody okay?
I assume pre first movie. Between 3 and 4? Really? Okay. Okay. Now I'm actually extra interested. I would watch if Luis Guzman got to be John Wick. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Alright. I'm sure it'll be entertaining. All the Wicks are. It's the first one to me is still the best because of a lot of the cinematography and lighting is so good in the first John Wick movie. All of them really have good cinematography and lighting. It's just once you step into the second one and they started doing their this is how John Wick looks and this is the text that they use. I hate the fucking pop-up text everywhere in the other ones. All right. 28 years later trailer. I can't wait until my descendants get to watch descendants like I'm breeding. My descendants get to watch 28 decades later in 280 years. Rawr. I'm a monster. Rawr. Rawr. No, we go straight up a couple decades. Way better.
infected and non-infected alike.
That's why our home is so precious.
You know, I feel he's a bit young.
He's ready, Jenny.
He's ready, Jenny. Now let's just me and him go out into the mainland.
There's no rescues.
Moving up and down again. Don't. Look at what's in front of you. Let's go. Count the bullets in the bandoliers.
I wonder if they will make it 28 millennials later. Woo!
There are many kinds.
No, I think the joke kind of capped at the almost 300 years later.
And some are better than others.
From the director of Who Brought You, James Franco drinking his piss. Yeah, so it might be just as gripping. I totally forgot. Christian Bale's in this. Right there. That joke was just for Jazza. That's the one person joke. I have no idea.
This is a glorious day. A day of judgment. My children!
Yay, rip them apart!
There's no discharge in the war.
Yes, I've seen The Machinist, but thank you. You're welcome. That's how you do a trailer. Unironically, that's how you do a trailer. There's no fucking song from 4 decades ago. From the Train Spotter director as well. Yeah. Danny's good. There's no fucking pop song from 4 decades ago slowed down or changed in any way. There's no key points of the actual plot given away. Just the setting. It's just a bunch of disjointed action scenes and just showing you suspense. That's how I like my trailers. Simple, to the point. No Down with the Sickness song overplaying the trailer. Yeah, can we fuck this trailer up? No, I don't want to. But I could. No, I'd have to actually re-edit it because the trailer's actually edited well. That even me putting stupid music over it wouldn't work. But yeah, you could probably put something stupid like any slowed down track just to give suspense. Oh my god, the fucking Riders on the Storm slowed down one. That would unironically work and I'd hate it. I hate that I said that. Alright, palate cleanser time. Frog sent me this in the Discord. Dr. Katz.
Oh my god, you flew Spirit Airlines? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, dude. Little anecdotal thing about that. I'm still editing the best of the Trip to America video.
It's Joey, my Kamiyoshi, and it's Jabronson Mike.
Airplane, where they're scamming you actively. I was sitting there and I recorded the whole thing. They started going off and mouthing on about like
and he's got little shoes.
Presenting it like the Bitconnect guy. He was basically saying like, and I say almost verbatim. Oh my! He was reading with no enthusiasm. He went like this. Oh my God, guys! You will not believe the amount of golden points you can collect. Holy macaroni! You will get a lot of points here at Spirit Airlines when you fly. Frequent flyers will. Oh my God, guys! Oh my God!
Do they actually do this? Do they actually have to try to sell you on an upgrade package for just free money? I've never been on a plane, and the more that I see about it, the more I just shake my head and go, no, what do you mean I gotta pay for headphones?
God, guys, you have to see what we are including in their brochure. It is so exciting.
Not on one plane.
Oh my gosh, take a look.
I've only traveled by train and by vehicle.
I was like, oh my gosh,
or by
like he was
bike
talking to me
or
like,
by leg.
Invest in some crypto here or some shit like that.
Oh,
but yeah, the Spirit Airlines, they're trying to fucking
crypto
scam you.
Luigi.
You know, what was in there?
He buy land in Metaverse.
I wasn't gonna get scammed.
After that pitch, though, how could you not take a peek?
No, I took a pitch in the bathroom afterwards. So.
Joel had ass butter on the plane. What was that word that you said? Ass butter?
Yeah. That's a Swedish word. Rövsmör.
Rövsmör.
Röv is ass, smör is butter.
Rövsmör.
Yeah, I ran into some of that in New York Comic Con the other day.
Rövsmör. Rev is ass. Smör is butter. Rövsmör. Oh god, Sonic. That's very good. That's very good. That's all animation. Winter Grimwell, very good animator. Actually, funny enough, Winter Grimwell also did... Where is it? Where is it? It's on their channel, right? Ah! Do I gotta hunt it down? Or is it a short? Oh, I gotta hunt it down. I have watched the lo-fi beats on stream, but I'll pull that up. They did the animation for Skella. Skoola. But I have to go to Twitter for that one. Others said gay elf. Oh good, and there's no porn this time on the screen. That one thing that's totally awful. No one likes it. Yeah. Same animator as the other animation we just did. You were just seeing.
I'm ready to come in my shit bucket right now.
What
the fuck was that? What the hell sort of...
School. Why is it caps? It shouldn't be caps. Quit fucking up everything, Chrome. Yeah, go follow Skella. Skella funny. Yeah, same animator. Same animator. Yeah.
It's that bitch. It's her.
That bitch.
Something about her pisses me off. She's too cozy. She is too cozy. There's just something annoying
Mike's just a
about
natural
her. I'm
hater.
sorry. I want to see a version where like she's
pure,
sitting there doing
just
smug,
vile
and then,
hater.
like the sky outside.
He could
dark,
see the
and then,
nicest
you
thing
hear,
possible and find something
and
to,
a kaiju eyeball
to
comes
mock
up
and
to her
ridicule
window and just
about.
opens slowly and like does another shriek of terror. And then the video will just end. Maybe I would like to watch her die. Maybe it doesn't end there. Maybe it continues. Guys, I can't stop staring at the Subway Surfers.
Really? Because I was looking at Fat Mario in the background dancing.
Beautiful sing-song rhymes.
Okay. Now for the real slop to begin. I have slowly curated the nice little trailers for the beginning. It's time for Meat Slop by Mr. Canyon.
Welcome back to the Papa Mate channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and
This
sit
is
down
about
because
stolen
today we're
valor,
talking about
our
respect.
favorite topic.
Let's talk about a little thing called respect.
What do you mean,
Everyone
oh no?
likes feeling respected,
What do you
right?
mean, oh no?
Right? It validates yourself.
Explain yourself.
Makes you feel good. It's
What, you don't want to learn
essentially
about?
a basic human
He's
need.
slowly
Everyone wants to be
changing the
respected. Some people work
YouTube
their asses off to gain
ad
respect from their
bullshit.
peers. Others, however,
He keeps
would
dropping
rather
"kill
take
yourself" and
shortcuts.
another.
Do you see where I'm going?
Funny
Have I
bits.
laid out enough treats for you to know exactly what we're talking about? Because by now it should be
And not
obvious.
getting
Why
demonetized.
make yourself worthy of someone's respect? Why? Why try? When you can just pretend to be that same person without all the hard work and personal growth that comes with it. One way people do this is by
Yeah, I
cosplaying
go
as
work.
members of the United
Bye,
States.
Zarkode. Have a good shift, bud.
We're talking about
Hopefully it's not terrible.
valor. People all like to voice their respect for veterans and people serving for this country, right? No problem, man. Thank you, sir. No thank you. We would be lost without you. That's my favorite thing that people say about military people. We'd be in fucking shackles if it wasn't for you guys fighting the good fight.
You just saying that makes me kind of want someone to say that to me.
I'm saying we gotta put a little dress up, right?
Yeah.
To voice their respect for veterans and people serving the country, sometimes shaking their hands, perhaps thanking them for their service. It seems that it's quite common for people to exploit this for their own gain by participating in a little something called stolen valor.
When people give that stupid shit to me.
Combat veteran, and you guys are collecting money. So was your father, but you're not. That uniform is not your uniform.
One of my favorite things on the internet. Honestly, I love stolen valor. It's so funny. There's nothing funnier than an irate army man.
When somebody walks up and goes, that's not what you're representing. Like, that's from a completely different army, country.
The 5th platoon. Bullshit! It's awesome. According to the Armed Forces Benefits Association, stolen valor is the act of falsely claiming military service, rank, recognition, or even someone else's.
Wait, hold on. He's just got Medal of Honor. It's a fucking note pinned to his fucking shirt. Oh fuck. Oh, can someone draw me in why does it say Medal of Honor? Can it back out again? Yeah. Medal of Honor, and he didn't space it right. So at the end he had to shove in honor. Medal of Gear solid up my ass. Slightly to the left.
Claiming military service, rank, recognition,
Both
or
many
even
creepers.
someone else's identity.
Part of the cobblestone corpse.
I'm you. You're not Colonel Cooper. I'm Colonel Cooper. It's such a common thing that in 2005, the Stolen Valor Act was passed, making it a misdemeanor offense to lie about earning military medals of honor. This was amended in 2013 to particularly target people who were using this as means to gain
Pretty much going,
benefits,
I went to
monetary
Iraq and I got
or
all these
otherwise.
medals.
Money and pussy, maybe some weed, a little dusty, huh?
2-finger stink.
Why that guy look like
Focus on
Sean
something that's
Combs?
very cathartic, and that's people who get caught red-handed engaging in stolen valor. Roll the clip.
Stolen valor. Stolen valor.
That doesn't even make
Stolen
sense.
valor.
I think it's a mental illness.
So having fun is a mental illness? Okay. So people get to dress up as anime characters and horror icons and stuff at conventions. You guy can dress up as Michael Myers, but I can't dress up as Colonel Cooper.
Well, that's the thing. If I just put on an army outfit, like if someone went up to me and said thank you, I'm just cosplaying. Like, would people be upset?
I don't know. Not that they're all PTSD ridden. Everybody talks to people of the military as if they're either mentally disabled or they're like 98-year-old men. Is that not true though? Have you ever noticed that? Like every person that's a part of the military, you talk to them like they're a fucking child. So where'd you go? Where were you stationed? Iraq. Yeah, here, give me that smoothie.
You do break them down.
And my smoothie time.
The
dude.
whole idea
I'm
of
gonna be farting with
military
all
is
this
to break
protein.
somebody down and turn them into a killing machine.
Delicious.
Hey everyone, it's me.
Nah, some boogers have meltdowns for people wearing camo, anything. True. I ain't buying your slop. I ain't buying your slop because of the tariffs.
Just dressing up, I'm just cosplaying. It's always going to be bad because there's like always a level of societal norms that follow interacting with a military person. Oh, so you think this is funny? You think it's funny
Yes.
being Colonel Cooper?
The best is when you get fucking sincere thank you for your
Shows
service.
his wheelchair just like
Your kind of fucking job interview. Makes me want to choke a
blown up in
motherfucker.
Egypt. We can't talk about the curse of the Sphinx.
I was only in the reserves. I did nothing.
Motherfucker! You're my little Lieutenant Dan. Stolen valor
Could be
videos
worse.
have been
Could
on
be a
the
game
internet since way
sponsorship.
back in the day. Often racking up tons of views and infuriating viewers everywhere, all over
Drink
the
the
globe.
dust.
And one of the most viral
Drink the bug
examples
dust.
being the fake ranger that was called out by an actual veteran in the mall. It's always someplace like this, a post office, a mall, just somewhere like a grocery store.
Yeah.
Beautiful. My boy Sean Yetman A 30-year-old man dressed in full camouflage and several military honors was casually walking around with shopping bags in hand. Ryan Burke, a recipient of the Purple Heart who served in Afghanistan, could easily tell that his uniform was off. He starts interrogating him why he has badges for accomplishments that don't match his military history.
Hey, sir. Hey, my son would like to meet you. He really admires guys in the Army. Hey, buddy.
You used to make a Winston plushie that oozes pink goo when you hug it.
Hey, buddy, I'm Sean. It's like a fucking Reebok bag. I just picked up Air Jordans, little buddy. Hey, what's up, buddy? I'm Sean.
I'm what's called a TAC 1. All I do is I go out on missions.
Where'd you get your...
I like how he paused. All I do is... What's the lie again? I'll go out on missions. Like Snake from Metal Gear. Who the fuck would go into a store in army getup upon getting home? See, it's for the feel of someone walking up and saying thank you for your service. It's that appreciation brain rot. It's the attention need.
3 CIBs at?
Afghanistan.
All 3?
All 3.
You know you need to be in 3 different campaigns to get 3 CIBs, right?
This one was from Afghanistan.
Okay.
That's from Iraq.
Okay.
That's from
and
Iraq.
that was for my second rotation back to Afghanistan.
You know, no matter how many you do, you can only get 1. For Iraq, Afghanistan, all 3, you can only get them. You know that, right?
Because my campaign took me outside of mission lines from Afghanistan.
That doesn't make any sense. And you're in 2nd Bat Rangers?
Yep.
There it is. Where's your combat patch at?
I gave it to a little kid again.
All right,
gave it to a little kid.
Your shoulder. It should be up here.
Got me on that one, bud.
I love that. Got me on that one, bud. And after catching him on multiple things, screwing up the answers,
Somebody that takes
Yetman
themselves
starts
seriously,
pretending to
no,
take a phone
no.
call from a staff sergeant, despite telling
hold
Ryan
on.
that he was a staff sergeant.
Staff sergeant. He's calling a staff sergeant. Why is he calling a staff sergeant if he's already a staff sergeant? That doesn't make much sense.
Hey, where are you?
This video was taken in 2014, and it was later revealed that this man had also pleaded guilty to impersonating a police officer in 2003.
Ah, great.
That's so funny, dude.
Okay. Here it is, guys. Stolen valor at its finest.
Who's
I like how he looked.
An infamous guy. There's this channel I love called DankNet, and he did a whole video on this guy who pretended to be a cop for like fucking 10 years or something.
Jesus Christ.
Good channel. Good channel. An investigation began in order to discover if Yetman was profiting off the stolen valor, perhaps using military discounts at the mall.
So you shop at the mall with Star Major on Black Friday?
Sometimes.
Yeah?
It's about
Guy's a legend.
Yeah,
I've never heard about him until now.
Posted
10
to Stolen
fucking years.
Valor
That's
TikTok
hilarious.
account, a far less convincing man was caught doing the same thing. Instead of having rehearsed answers to the cameraman's questions, he claimed that he had to wake up at 4 a.m. and had no clean clothes to wear.
It's called stolen valor.
I am not stealing anybody's valor, sir. I swear to God, if I had any other things to put on this morning, I would have done it.
Because of
Sorry, bud. I'm doing wash. That's why I even got the hat on.
this, he decided to go into his stepson's closet and put on the first thing he could find, which was a full military uniform, complete with hat and boots. I love that. I mean, I had nothing. Hey, buddy, I'm gonna wear your army outfit, okay? Hoorah! Hoorah! As his son says to him, hoorah! Hey, Dad, pain's weakness leaving
Bye,
the
Zachary,
body.
have a
That's
good
right,
shift.
son. Thank you for letting me wear a uniform today. I love you.
Being caught in a lie like that, I feel like you should get a lot of shit.
Yeah. Getting caught in any of these lies, you should be given a lot of shit. But at least fucking make a
We gotta bring
backstory
back
for
public
yourself. My
shaming.
God, at least like, the first guy at least had a cup.
I know at least two people are gonna come over it, but like we need to genuinely bring back public shaming so people feel shame and embarrassment of doing dumb shit like
Well,
this.
here's the thing. Couldn't you just be like, I just like the way it looks? The idea of the guy going up to the
Yeah, the
to
clapback
Yetman
really
and
should
being
be,
Hey, my
nah, I
son
like the
wants
style.
to meet you. He's a big fan. Hey, how's it going, buddy? And like playing into like that's fucked up. He could walk around just like it's just an outfit. I bet you if he said that, the cameraman would have been like, oh, okay.
That's weird and that's
They'd be
assault.
Like, that's fucked up, man. You shouldn't be wearing those.
That's
ranks
weird and that's
stuff.
assault.
You're a
Public
confused lot of
spanking is
people out
fucked
here.
up.
Motherfucker. He's in his
That is
wheelchair.
just a kink thing. We need to bring back public
I just want
beatdowns.
to talk.
With
That's my
bricks.
son's outfit. I don't know. I thought it was funny to wear. Oh, you must think you're
Go to McDonald's and lie. You are a veteran to get your 69-cent
The
coffee.
same excuse
like
was
a
used
normal
by a young
person.
kid dressed in full camo when he approached a man to ask for a cigarette.
Gotta
Turns
bring
out the
back
man who
stocks.
started filming their interaction is a disabled veteran.
I haven't gone to boot camp yet.
Public
These
spanking.
were my older brothers. I'm just
You
wearing
mean put him up in shibari and then hang them in a tree and then hit him with the yowie paddle?
because I feel like wearing it.
I feel like wearing
So
it.
you have clean.
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't gone to boot camp yet. Okay.
What's the back of that say?
The one faking wearing the
veteran.
cheapest camo suits. Yeah,
What do
they
you
found
think
them on
that
Amazon.
means? You were in the military?
Yes, it does.
Does the kid not seem a little mentally?
I feel like they're not fully there, so I think they want to be respected.
Yeah, you're just like in a weird fantasy world. Because if you weren't like mentally fucking like a little kooky for Cocoa Puffs, then wouldn't you just be like, I just wanted to wear it. I don't know, leave me alone. Or would you just be like, sir, I'm sorry, sir. Sir, sorry, sir. Would you do
Sir.
Sir, I'm sorry, sir. I will
Sorry,
do better
sir.
next time, sir. Just trying to bum a cigarette, man. As we keep going through these, because I can also see that too. Dude, I was shot over there. I have friends who died in that uniform, right? Now you walk around and ask for fucking cigarettes and candy. Is that kind of fucked up?
I was in the military. Can you give me a smoke?
Maybe I want to wear
Maybe a Skittle.
huh? Army boots are nice boots, Nick.
I wanted to buy the Nikes. They had the military boots. They're like $150.
Oh, you want to?
Nike? What?
Okay.
Real Army cosplayers, just go to conventions dressed up, no issues.
House
Yeah.
to get the 10% veterans discount. Which, you know what? If you don't do that, economically, you're not making sense. You're putting up a discount. Also, you're in trouble times. If you need 10% off a fucking Waffle House of all places, I bet you it's a lot like I don't know, a guy getting caught murdering
Soul of
somebody.
Valor,
And the way where
one
you're
of
just
the
like, is
few
this your first
things
time doing
that
this?
trigger me.
This is the first time
It's
I've
free
ever
to join
killed
the
somebody.
army. Just go be a hero. Shut
Because
the
I
fuck
imagine
up.
the guy gets caught. Well, I just do it
Yeah,
here.
just go join the
do it here,
reserves
dude.
and then
If
hate
you're getting
yourself.
10% off fucking eggs and toast, you're doing it everywhere. Also, you have the get up on. Why wouldn't you? I would be more weirded out if it was just a
Feeling
guy
the
being like,
power
I just do it
of
at
a
Walmart.
drug
You're a
canine
fucking
to get that
psychopath.
free
Oh,
fence.
that's gonna be weird too if you go to
That'd be
some
good.
place and they offer, oh, you're military, let me give you a discount. You're like, no.
Slap an
No,
SCP
I
logo
couldn't.
on the one
I
convention,
couldn't
and
possibly
then swap
take
back
it. You
to
know
Black
what?
Mesa
Fine.
patch.
Yeah, you bit my arm. Go ahead. It's one thing to use this as a
Gordon.
means to get some kudos from strangers, but their lies can
Green-faced
get a
soldier
lot
admits
more out of
stolen
hand.
valor.
Like the American Idol contestant that
Oh,
faked
yeah.
an IED explosion.
Isn't that what you put in a woman's vagina?
I think so. During season 12 of American Idol, 26-year-old Matthew Farmer had auditioned for the show and surprised people with his amazing performance. My God, he was amazing. Play one note of him singing. That's an American Star if I've ever seen one. An American Idol. He came with an intense backstory about receiving a life-threatening brain injury from an IED explosion while performing military services in Iraq. While it's common for contestants on the show to create a dramatized story for the sake of garnering more attention in the competition, Farmer took things way too far. He even claimed that his daughter's birth was a miracle because he had to take medication for this injury and PTSD that made him sterile. Not only that, but he told the judges that his audition was dedicated to his friends in the service.
So this is basically a memorial tribute to all my friends that passed away overseas.
Oh my goodness.
He's a hero. He's a hero. Soldiers started coming out of the woodwork and reporting that while Farmer had indeed served, he was never involved in one single direct fire engagement and was never wounded, and made up this whole lie to try and make his story sound good to American Idol. Are we trying to win or are we trying to lose? All right. The same soldier also went on to discuss the truth behind the brain injury, stating it was not from an IED, but insisted it was accidentally overdosing on a mixture of alcohol and Accutane, the acne medication. He's like, I'll get back pimples, bitch. Sorry. I gotta have the demon sleep somehow, so I gotta take it down with a little bit of vodka. Sue me. According to him, he outed everyone who was drinking with him that night. And because he feared returning and being confronted for ratting on his comrades, he claimed that he had brain injury and PTSD in order to avoid having to return. First, he denied everything, saying the show producers fabricated the story without his knowledge. And eventually, he came clean and apologized before leaving the show on his own.
Keep the back pimple. Women
Have him
love
sing
to
another
pop
song.
those. Women do love to be little monkeys.
But he also probably wouldn't have gotten that far if it
Just
wasn't for the
grooming
story, right?
and-
Well, because the
and
producers did too, were
removing,
just like, this is
obscenities
this is a
of the
pig.
flesh.
I also like how he blamed the producers. They made me say it.
Okay, so then I guess I'm in the wrong because they made me say something. Okay. No, I guess it's my fault. This isn't the first
I was
time
just
that someone
following
used stolen
orders.
valor in an attempt to gain attention from an audience this large in scale. We could also talk about the social media soldier, James Vasquez.
He looks pretty badass right there.
James Vasquez does look pretty fucking cool.
I need a
Leaned
lady
up
to
on
drain
some
my
wood,
sis.
roll like that. James Vasquez is a 48-year-old American veteran that volunteered to fight in the war in Ukraine. He'd post videos to social media, giving updates on the conflict while claiming to be on the front
I can't
lines
say
of the
much
battle.
though. I
Parts of
watched
the
a
tales included
cataract
destroying
removal
Russian
video
tanks
yesterday.
and capturing Russian soldiers. Stories that went viral and helped
My
him
my
reach
YouTube
400,000
homepage
followers
on another
That was
account
fighting
I
in
have,
Ukraine
the one
would
that I
report that
manage,
this was all a
the
lie.
VOD channel, just gave me a. This is
All these Russians that have bounties on my head.
Shut the fuck up, man. They gave me a video that was just 8 minutes of eye surgery where they remove the cataract and they have to like re-put a lens on, and I thought that would be bad watching while eating, but I was fine.
Better
Link?
You better up there.
I gotta go to
Even
another
claiming
account to
that they
find
would
it.
often
Hold
see
on.
Vasquez enter areas after battles had taken place just to take videos of destroyed equipment and claim he was victorious.
So he was in Ukraine.
Oh no, he was in Ukraine, right? He's in Ukraine, but he's also just like, excuse me. Everyone's like sitting there like all tired. Shit.
Where's the graphic eyeball?
In another instance, he accidentally revealed the location of his unit in a social media post and nearly got people
What a
killed.
fucking
Stories began
idiot.
coming out about him role-playing as a pain soldier. And quote, one time, he was really drunk and he was crying really hard about this friend of his that had his head blown off by a sniper in front of him in
here it is.
Iraq, and how that really messed him up. I realized that story never could have really happened.
He was just crying, making up.
My fucking head blew off his fucking shoulders. Fuck! It's impossible to not be like, oh my god.
75-year-old
I know.
man with cataract.
It's kind of crazy, isn't it? This life I live. I'm a fucking nut. But goddamn, I'm still here.
No, close. I closed that. No, I'm a real U.S. soldier. I was the one who shot
okay,
Pat
Vasquez?
Tillman. Successful mission.
To others, he bragged about his
Thank
new
you for
online
your
bank,
service,
stating,
sir.
quote, I'm never
Kona.
going to go back to work as a handyman. I'm probably never going to have to work again after this war. I'm going to be famous. Is that a real quote? Who wrote that down?
He did.
Okay. The lies were catching up to him, and he eventually admitted that he was kicked out of the army, but
Welcome,
didn't really say
Harful.
why. Even his wife was shocked to learn that he had lied about his Ukraine antics on top of his prior military history. His wife stated, I believed him. The war stories that had
believed
supposedly
him.
happened brought tears to his eyes. I felt terrible for what he had to go through and
He's
endure.
such a good
And then come to
actor.
find out it was all just a lie. Here I am. I've been with him for 11 years. I don't even know the man I married. Damn! My God. He was divorced by his wife, after which he deactivated his Twitter account and has since become an online laughingstock. And just months ago, a random user on Reddit posted an update about Vasquez, and the Reddit said this. A friend of mine just saw him in Kartia. This is not a drill. Update. He's been sidelined and they're canceling his contract. Not because he's a grifter, but because he's so shit at basic infantry stuff and such a hazard at the range that they don't want him around anymore. What a shame. Do you think his plan was to be like,
I
oh,
don't basically
they're
do
laughing at
this
me now,
shit.
but I'm gonna
He went to
actually
a
go through
bar,
ranks
got
and
the
I'm
shit
gonna
beat
make
out
it.
of him.
Like, you're actually
Claimed it
terrible.
was a bunch
He's
of
never
black
been in
men
the
that did
military,
it.
except for
There ain't a
right
single
there.
black
No, I think
person
he was in the
in our
military.
white
I
ass
think he just
town.
did shit. Stuff would happen, and then he'd just be like, I can't believe
We
I
call them
lost all these
dumbasses.
good men today. And they're like, this
You
is a
live
testing
in
period.
India.
And he's like, war's hell. So what if he did it to practice his acting? Because he's like, I'm going to be on
Hi,
news
the
shows. I got to be
hoe.
able to like cry on
You're
command.
the hoe.
Also, maybe it wasn't. People are just fucking dumb, and they're like, is he crying? And he's like, his head came clean off.
Do you think he's hoping for like an American sniper type
Yeah,
of thing?
yeah.
Dude. Yeah. He wanted the movie. He's like, Bradley Cooper's going to play me too. It's going to be awesome. It better not be Mark Wahlberg. Speaking of Reddit, people have often posted about their experience realizing one of their loved ones has been lying about their military service. Like this one, for example. My husband has claimed to be in the army for years. Before we met, but still. Claimed to go to Afghanistan for years. In a bomb squad that had an orphanage that ended up with the death
Whoa,
of children
what?
in the orphanage because it was bad intel. Turns out, nope. All fake. I'm so upset. And what now? What would you do if you found out? If you were dating some girl and she's just like, yeah, I'm a bit of a jarhead. And do that stuff, and then you found out you've never had any military experience. You weren't even in it at all. That's stolen valor, cupcake. I don't take kindly to that.
Streamer is a big asshole. Streamer introduces himself as an asshole to people for the first time IRL when meeting. If I heard a girl say I'm a big jarhead, I'm really military, and I'm like, I assume this is all happening within America in this fabricated what if scenario. I'm pulling out a gun, I'm taking every bullet out of the gun, I'm handing over the gun over to them and saying disassemble it, reassemble it. Do it. I'm timing you. Do it. Come on. Show me where the fire pin is.
Are they like every day almost reminding me somehow? Like
I'm
with
so
pictures?
sad. My husband.
Yeah, could you not
kill
put
a
that
bunch
there?
of
Actually, can you
orphans.
make sure the flag's at half mast today? Just a buddy of mine.
What is wrong with you, girl?
You'd have to, girl.
I'm a big jarhead. Oh, thank God. I was expecting like one man, one jar. Jarrito. Oh, that looks delicious. Hold on, where's the one? Did I keep it on my desktop? Or did I finally delete it? Nope, there it is. Hey, chat.
Take a look.
You know, you stinker. But I hate you. What did I do? What did I do? I didn't do anything. Nothing bad happened. It's like Oya had her birthday at stream yesterday, but she never have seen Goatsy before. So my first DM to Oya, funny cow, was just, here's the original Goatsy image in all its glory. Persona! No, I took the firing pin out. I can't. Sorry.
What the hell is wrong with you?
What if though? What if what?
Gypsy.
What if
but there
what?
is an update to her story. She posted this.
I took
We'll
the
keep it
firing
simple.
pin out?
After
Or
pulling
if
his
I left it
background
in?
and credit, I found out about $60,000 in back child support from kids I never knew about. 4 kids, all different mothers, and I'm making plans to move out and be safe in my divorce. I
Holy
wonder sometimes
shit.
with these kind of guys that lie about the backstory is if they're trying to scam the people that they're with. The couple steal a bunch of money and then they just leave. So then whenever they're like, well, tell us about him. Oh, he was a military. Well, I can't find any military records on this guy or something. You know, they're making a completely new persona. And also, like I said, you get the sympathy card with the military thing. Hey, not a bad idea to keep the wife quiet though, huh? I don't want to talk about him having a weird mental day. PTSD's being crazy.
I'm looking at all these dead orphans in my head.
Madagascar in the basement. I like to move it, move it. Don't go downstairs. He's having an episode today. Move it! Many people that participate in Stolen Valor are much more sinister, using it to prey upon innocent people for monetary gain. Let's talk about the Stolen Valor scams, starting with Derek Aldred, the serial romance scammer. See? Already getting into it. Derek Aldred would lie about his identity and scam women into giving him access to their finances to clear out their bank accounts. Sometimes he would pose as a Navy SEAL, and other times he was a doctor or a firefighter, but mostly a Navy SEAL. The coolest of all military people. Is it the SEALs or is it the
gay
Green
on a
Beret?
boat
I don't
once.
want to be a Green Beret.
It was
I want
nice.
a Green Beret, dude. Make me a SEAL. Also, the Navy SEALs have the coolest commercials. The Navy does. It's them sitting like in a raft. There's like a fucking like giant boat on fire, and they like
Yeah, because how the
fall
fuck?
back into the water.
How the fuck you getting a bunch of dudes on a boat?
Fucking kill something.
Unless you make it look like the coolest shit.
It's Navy SEAls. Is that the National Guard? No. All that matters, dude, rock, flag, and eagle. Rock, flag, and eagle. His scams went on for 2 whole decades, as his efforts would be as elaborate as buying a slew of fake uniforms and even creating websites to make his identities believable. Linda, a woman from Minnesota, had moved in with Aldred,
fuck, it's
believing he was a
Minnesota,
decorated Navy
eh?
SEAL, only to have her trust broken when he cleared out all of her retirement accounts before leaving the state to dodge the police. He's an old bird too, dude. You got some retirement in there? She's like, oh yeah, I went a long time. Give me a kiss. He's like, another woman named Joanne was wined and dined by Aldred, who's posting as an international business attorney at the time. She realized that these were all being paid for by her because he had secretly stolen her social security number to open up a credit card account.
He is a very, very, very bad man.
No, baby, I got it. I got it. There are countless stories like this from women who have had their lives ruined by Derek Aldred, with some losing as much as $250,000. That sucks.
Wait, hold on.
That's crazy. Listen, there's a difference between getting fucking
You can just open a credit card up without ever seeing anybody?
That's crazy. But in the end, he was
As a
caught by
booby
police
owner,
after
I can
more than
agree that
24 women's
sometimes we
stories
do be
became
liking
linked to
uniforms.
Aldred. He was given a
Yeah, that's
maximum
fair, that's
sentence
fair.
of 24
Hi, Emma,
years in
welcome in.
prison alongside a $255,000 payment and restitutions. And the judge stated this, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant left a trail
No,
of
I
tears,
too like someone in
emotional
fine
devastation,
uniform dress.
and financial ruin behind.
Yeah, you can
It
get
is
credit
clear
cards
that he
online.
will
That's
never
fucking
change,
wild.
and we expect his sentence to reflect that. We are glad we are able to get some level of justice for
I have a
these
joint credit
women.
card with a friend.
Trying to justify my behavior. My behavior was, I was a horrible boy.
Never gave him my SIM.
Absolutely
Ah.
horrible. Destroying someone's life, I think, is a bit exaggerated.
You have a trusting
Good
friend.
man. Also, only $255,000 in restitutions. He's like, I stole way more than that.
When I guess
Uniforms
there's never
belong
enough
at
for these
home
people.
in the sex
No, they
just
dungeon.
want
They
more
can
and
go there
more.
too.
Yeah. You got. I mean, it's the thrill.
I don't
of the
have
hunt,
tits.
I think the thrill to spit.
Now you're
on
calling me
American
fat, and I don't
soldiers
like that
and women.
statement.
and get money.
That's
and
the only
pussy.
way
You
I
know how
have
it is.
boobs.
By mixing stolen valor, Tinder, and
Unless
AI,
I
one man was able to
Photoshop my
engage
head
in
on
a
that
much more
great
convoluted
rack
scam.
from,
Let's talk about the AI
from that
soldier
one
dating
image.
scam.
From that one
A
asset.
UK woman named Mary
UK?
fell victim to a romance scam after engaging in a lengthy online relationship with a man on Tinder named Mike Murdy. It's a great British name.
God, I wish it was Mike Miller. Then we could have continued the fucking
Mike
Promise
Murdy was
Mascot
supposedly a
Agency.
61-year-old
It's
US
Mike
Army colonel that
Miller!
was stationed in the UK. Mary, who had been single for over 20 years,
Also,
red
fuck Mike
flag,
Miller.
was excited to talk to this seemingly
No
perfect
boobies
man.
can
She
be
was sent
flat.
videos of Mike in his uniform and claimed that he was incredibly
Stop
handsome.
looking at
As
my
it turns
nipples.
out, this was an AI character.
I'm glad I
designed to
didn't
scam
get this
people on
model with
dating
the-
apps, and his
with the
persona
nip
was
piercing
complete with a
showing.
tragic backstory. Being a
And then
man
you'd all
who
just
lost his wife
constantly
to
look at my
cancer.
nipples,
With AI
or
images of
imply
them
I have
together
4
to
of
serve
them.
as proof. After giving the supposed
Because you'd see the
soldier her
balls
address,
of the-
she received jewelry
the
and
bar.
other trinkets that further cemented her infatuation with them. And a note was included that read this, and I quote, "You're the
If you want to see nipples, there's that Twitter or Blue Sky
I'll tell you
post.
what, though, she's probably leaving
You get to see one of
snail
them.
trails around her
It's
house.
kind of
20 years
almost
single,
hidden
and she
under the
gets that
hair.
letter, get a bucket, get some bucket and some towels. That's all I gotta say. Murdy claimed he was close to retirement and wanted her to help cash in on a life insurance policy for his deceased wife.
I got 3 like
Apparently,
Christopher
this
Lee.
required her to send him
Jazza,
money
did
from
you
her
mean
own
to
bank
make
account
that
in order to
rhyme,
have
or
a
was that
briefcase
just
with
coincidental?
$766,000 delivered to her. It's only fair. And after paying $12,600,
No, I don't think Hartful's here
the
anymore.
briefcase arrived
I sent
locked.
them an
She was then instructed to pay
surgery
another
video for a
$12,600
75-year-old
in order to
man's
get the
cataract.
6-digit
They might be
access
fapping to
code.
that right now.
Explosive devices everywhere. It's against the Army's rules and regulations. But I wanted to reach out to you to make sure the briefcase
Creativity is a
delivered right to your
process.
doorstep.
Fair.
She became suspicious by this point. But this is when Murdy sent a more frustrated AI video. In it, he claimed that she was focused on the money rather than their loving relationship. Manipulative cocksucker. She caved and sent the money, now losing a total of 25 grand. She was ghosted and eventually opened the briefcase to find piles of blank papers. When it comes to stolen valor, people
That's
usually think of
hilarious.
people posing as
Which
members
IOUs,
of
yeah,
military,
we owe
but
you
stolen
so much
valor
money
can
for
also
all the
include
money that we
impersonating a
borrowed.
police officer. Some would say that this is far more dangerous,
Pay it all
seeing as
back.
these people can sometimes take the law into their own hands, using his newfound persona to power trip, like the case of Jeremy DeWitt's. Oh, this is the Danklet in that guy. And there you go, Jeremy DeWitt. This guy's a fucking nut. Jeremy DeWitt is a Florida man
Yeah, we
who
got
since
there.
the late 1990s has been impersonating a police officer. He's harassed civilians and scammed people for over 20 years. He was originally caught for his crimes early on in 2001, which would be far from his first run-in with the law. And in 2003, he was sentenced to 2 years in jail for impersonating a police officer. And then in 2005, he was convicted for lewd and lascivious battery involving a minor. For this, he was given a year sentence and he was forced to join the sex offender registry. In 2009, he was sentenced for an additional 4 years for breaching the stipulations of his parole. It was after being released from prison that his stolen valor antics began to ramp up. DeWitt started a company that, on the surface, was a funeral process.
You can start a company when you're on the sex offender register list? I know it's a free market and everything, but like, who gave him the permit?
An escort service called Metro State Special Services. They
Huh?
would have the hearse and people line up and just drive. That's it. And he would just drive in front of them. Seems simple enough. But he
Permit?
made uniforms that looked identical to that of police officers, and even their company vehicles resembled police cruisers. He began hiring several people, which
I'm not
most of
thinking-
which
shut
seemed
up.
to be wannabe police officers who wanted to join what seemed to be a mini police force operating illegally. And at one point, they had 18 cruisers being operated by their company. People say it operated like a cult. While impersonating police, they
Thinky Man
began
in
using
video,
their illusion of
fair.
power to harass
If you have the
people and
money
illegally
for the
direct
LLC,
traffic.
a couple
They'd
hundred,
speed
you
and
can
weave
start a
through cars
business.
whenever they were on the road while blaring horns and sirens. And in many cases, they would
You
try
gotta
to
need a
pick fights with other
permit to be.
drivers.
Hold on, but like, there's got to be some paperwork you gotta file to have a funeral service because of the way that traffic works, and the fact that the entire funeral service is a big halt to like everyday commercial traffic. And honestly, yes, you're right, Jazza. This is just GTA roleplay in real life with taxes. The shit he does is crazy. The fact that it took that long to finally get more than a few months in jail is insane. It could have been all over in 2001 if someone went, this guy's trying to be a cop. All right, well, constrict him into the army then. What? If he wants to be a cop, instead he'll be a hero. Send him straight to Afghanistan. But that sounds insane. I know I am. He has 1 million YouTube vids. It's a great rabbit hole. Great is a loose word utilized in that sentence, I feel. Watch his videos after this. It's wild. We have so much slop, though.
Public started to become aware of his crimes, mainly because he would post
We can do
his
a
body
dedicated
cam footage
stream of
to
that
YouTube.
another time.
It was no secret that DeWitt loved the feeling of power, and he even admitted to investigators that this ego boost was one of the main reasons.
Especially if
he
somebody
had
has
dreamt
like a
of being
collective
police
already
officer
and
when
already
he was
good
young. His power-tripping ways
playlist.
were halted briefly in 2018 when it was discovered that DeWitt
doesn't
never
contribute
actually
anything to
registered as a
society.
sex offender
Yeah.
for his previous crimes. For this, he was criminally charged. How did he get away for what? Almost 10 years? How the f did that happen? No, I'm good. Fill out this.
Wait, they told him he had to be on the sex offender register list, and then for like a decade he just dodged it? I love this kind of shit. Them and auditors is like second to eating. Why LARP is a cop? It's like the easiest job to get. That too, but I guess like some people still do fail. Just one video, we get the idea. I mean, this is kind of encapsulating the entirety of it.
This form. I'll be back. I'll be back. I have to go. Woo! Driving off. One of his later confrontations ended up being with an off-duty deputy. After screaming at him and threateningly slamming his hands onto his car, he identified himself and alerted DeWitt that he was breaking the law.
I
was so high on
I've
his
seen
own
this
illusion
video.
power
I've
that he
seen this
continued to role
video.
play as he cussed the deputy, who began to call 911. As the off-duty man drove away with a 4-year-old son, DeWitt had his gang of officers begin to tail his vehicle to harass him further. What a fucking monster, dude. He was later arrested yet again in 2019 for being dressed in full police garb during a funeral procession, complete with pocket knives and a spray-painted BB gun. A month after that, he was arrested again for the same reason. He made his way on the Dr. Phil show in 2020.
Oh, he was on Dr. Phil. He peaked. He peaked right here.
In order to prove he was innocent, even offering to take a polygraph test, which he took and immediately failed. Then, right after that, he was arrested once again for impersonating a police officer while wielding
I
a
want
fake
you to live as a
pistol.
gay woman. I'm an elf. Shut up.
He received 18 months in jail and was released again in 2022, only to be arrested months later for violating his probation. Throughout 2023 to 2025, he was arrested for various types of fraud. Because of his prior convictions, he was hit with a 7-year prison sentence.
Oh,
long enough.
Yay.
No, God. And he'll be back, though. Don't worry.
He'll
It
be
appears
back,
that DeWitt
but
was
we got some
addicted to
time.
the power and fame.
Couldn't
That was
even
his
pass the
absurd
polygraph
crime-filled
test,
life. People
so
expect that
he didn't
once he is
even
free,
believe his
he'll
own
go right
lies.
back to his frauding ways. Of course he will. Every day is just like him being like, I need a break. In jail, you know what I mean? And then when he gets out of prison, he's going to be like, all right.
Yeah, he was nervous because they had to strap him down. He was like, I hope I don't get a boner. I hope I don't get a boner. I hope I don't get a boner.
No, check out the
Sir, we're
DeckNet
just
video.
putting this
It's
one
awesome.
sensor
It's
on
really,
your
really good.
arm.
And also, DeckNet just has great content, so you should check him out. Some
Man,
people will
being
do
white
anything
gets
for a
you
little
so
ounce of
much
respect,
leeway.
even if it's completely fabricated.
Yeah.
Not only is this stuff illegal, but it's incredibly insulting to people who have seen actual combat and
Every
suffer
white
real
shooter that just gets a
long-term
slap
side
on the
effects.
wrist.
If you want people to respect you, do something worth being respected for.
Hey,
It'll be
little
much
buddy,
more
I know you
valuable
just shot up
if
this
it's based on
neighborhood, but
something
do you want to go to
Thank you
BK
guys so much
before
for
we
hanging
throw
out
you
today
in
and talking
jail?
about stolen valor. And
You
guys,
wanna
if
do
you're
you want a
gonna do this,
burger?
Just have fun with it. Okay.
Maybe an
Just
ice
kidding.
cream.
Please don't do stolen
You're not
valor.
gonna touch
If
ice
there's
cream
any
for a
stolen valor
while.
people out there, I'll be honest, I probably can't tell who you are. I wonder if the statistic of how many people have ran into a stolen valor person I didn't know. Not even interacting, you like walk by one, you're like, that's a military guy. That's it. Anyways, thank you guys. Bye-bye. We love you, servicemen and women. Thank you for what you do. Still feels kind of a bit. It doesn't feel very genuine, does it? I swear to God, I like you. My grandpa was a vet. He's dead.
Your grandpa also shot your dog.
He's dead.
What do you mean? I'm a soldier.
I'm a soldier.
Yeah, but what's your... I live for this country. I fight for this country, and
Hoorah!
Protect the...
I want to hear a guy this half-ass saying it. Just be like, you know, man, like I fight for the country. Hoorah!
The freedom of citizens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's your MOS first of all?
Wait, what?
MOS is a classified thing. I can't
MOS is a classified thing.
Why is that?
Army, you know. That's how we
It's
roll.
the army. Guys who don't know anything. All right. Start uncomfortable video. Oh boy, what's this? How uncomfortable?
Yo, I'll have a burger and a side of onion rings. Oh, rings like that Sonic shirt you got on. What did you just say?
What did you just
I
say?
noticed you had a Sonic shirt on. I was just trying to make a comment about that. Did I get that wrong? Does Sonic not do rings?
You want?
Is that
I
not
can
his
link it
thing?
in Discord.
Do you
rather.
think
No,
this
it's
is
here.
Sonic? Yeah.
Yeah?
Is it not?
He's yellow.
Haha. Wait, why is that funny? I just didn't know I had a Sonic shirt on when I left the house this morning. I mean, I guess I do if Mr. Random Guy says so. Hey Tom, did you know I had a Sonic shirt on? Yup, you've totally got a Sonic shirt on, buddy. That's what that is. I think I'm failing to understand if you guys are patronizing me right now or not.
Chat, have you run into IRL Redditors before? Because this is the secondhand cringe I'm getting is just IRL Redditors. I'm expecting this guy particularly just to have the fedora magically appear on his head.
I don't think you're failing to understand anything. In fact, you must be some kind of brain genius, because you're able to recognize these characters.
Is that the guy from Evangelion?
100% accuracy. Wait.
Hi, Inari. Hi, Inari. Welcome
say?
in. I thought Redditors
Oh,
were under
nothing.
the
He
age of
just
21.
informed me that apparently this is Sonic the Hedgehog on my shirt.
Or 40.
That's news to me. He said that? Alright, so that's not
Hi,
Sonic
Rizzo.
the
Welcome
Hedgehog
in.
on your
This guy
shirt.
looks like he's about to
Better
rope
not
you.
let me catch you alone
Don't touch
in the
my
parking
titties.
lot. What is going on? What is happening right now? Hi, I'm the manager. Couldn't help but notice there was some commotion going on over here,
I was
fellas.
so
Everything
confused.
okay?
I never saw this.
Everything's fine, but these guys are about
IRL
to
before.
jump on me because I missed.
Yeah, no, you're in
character on
a
one of their
sensible
shirts, I
country.
think?
I'm in Canada,
Oh, on
which is
that
above
guy's shirt
America.
right there? Yeah, it was that guy's shirt.
These places are barren hellscapes that don't have culture.
And what character did you think it was? You know what? Screw you guys. I was just trying to make small talk. I don't care who's on the t-shirt. I don't care about the t-shirt at all. I'm leaving. I don't even want to eat anymore. I need to make a post about that asshole online immediately.
Does he go to Reddit?
You did good, Jimmy. Some people are just ignorant. That man
You're
was ignorant. Oh, thank you. But, Jimmy. Yes? Maybe next time, a guy like him shouldn't leave with all his fingers intact. I will not fail you.
I will not fail you. No, his name was Jimmy. Alright, subscribe. Thank you for new content. Very based.
I hate you.
Hi, Benny.
I hate the air that
Hello,
you
Benny.
breathe.
Welcome in.
I hate the
Benny, I'm
fact
gonna
that
kick
you're
you in the
even
spleen.
living. You make me sick. You should not be alive. You should not breathe the same air I breathe. You are scum. You are below me.
Gerbert the hedgehog.
I know it's become very trendy
Look,
to
it's
make
Charlie.
fun of Katy Perry recently,
Uh-huh.
especially after that cosmic
I'm playing
voyage
this
she went
because
on like a week or two
Charlie
ago where they
harmonized
shot her up
for
in
a bit,
rocket
and this
ship and she
is
spent a
this was a
handful
lot of
minutes in
effort for
space.
nothing.
I spend longer in space when I take NyQuil. And then she had the very cringe moment where she tried to be like really emotional about it. So when the
Kiss that
rocket
dirt.
came back to Earth, she got out and kissed the ground, ate a little dirt as if she had been gone for years, like she was fucking Matt Damon stranded on Mars in the movie The Martian. All in all, it hasn't been a great couple
Hi,
of months
Pig,
for the
welcome
Katy
in.
Perry brand image, but at the very least, she
I've been
can
busy.
almost call
I've been
herself
busy.
an astronaut.
Now I have time to sit
in
here
the
and
same
lazily
way I can almost call
just react
myself
to
6
slop.
feet tall, even though I'm actually 5'6".
Is it true, Katy Perry?
But anyway, I'm not
Goatsy
here to just
over a
harp
crowd
on
and
all of
lightsaber
these
fucked
things.
herself.
Instead, I'd like to talk about a segment from her most recent concert that I got sent, and
Well,
I'm just
Rezo.
blown away by. I want to be clear here so there's no confusion. I'm not even a Katy Perry hater, really. And I'm not even cosplaying as one either. I
To
just
each their
think
own. Folks
she's done
have
some very
bars
silly
for their
things
goals.
recently
If
that
that's one of hers. Good for
obviously
her.
make it difficult to fight the urge to shoot a couple of spitballs. It
You
is what it
haven't
is, but,
seen
like,
the video
I
yet.
don't even really dislike her or her music. A
I
lot
lost
of the songs
VIP.
she's made in the
It's
past,
Jover
I still
Pig.
like to
Everyone
this day. I
lost
still think
VIP.
some of
There
them are
was
kinda
The
bangers.
Purge.
Of course, gun to my head and I'm asked to name a single one of her new songs of the last
The
decade.
Purge
I'm
happened.
getting my brains blown the fuck out.
Now it's
I don't know
500,000.
any of her new work. Couldn't tell you.
Now it's gonna
I
be
still like some of
expensive
her
to get
classics.
that.
With that out of the way, I've got to show you this little piece from the concert. I'm going to have to mute the audio because it's a Katy Perry song. So instead, I'll be doing my own a cappella cover
I
of
don't
it
want to
while
have
showcasing
VIP.
the choreography and the performance.
Too bad. Someone gave it for
They
you.
say, be
I will never
afraid,
redeem it.
You're not like the others.
Someone can give it to
Futuristic
you for you
lover,
though.
dear
Oh god, I love how
DNA, they don't
Pig's military. Pig's busy. Pig's not on Twitch a lot. I love how instead of the giant handle that she has, she's touching the blade of the lightsaber. How long till we're full? We have like 50 something slots to go. It's gonna be a while.
The
ninja.
You open my eyes, and I'm ready to
Last
go.
time I went for VIP, fucking DJ made me a mod. And Ari, at any point you can type /unmod, and then you just unmod yourself, and you just remove the sword. But I love that Charlie harmonized with himself for this bit. I've also been getting brainfuck doggy style for the past 2 months. Oh no!
Wow! That is relatable!
Extraterrestrial. I'm ashamed to admit it, but this cover took me far longer than any sane man would ever pour into something so trivial. But I'm happy with how it came out, and that's all that matters.
Did that change? Because I swear I've tried that before. No, that's how I get at it. That's how I get at modding for people. I just /unmod.
Unpack here. I cannot believe that this got the green light for the big stage. Her tickets are expensive. I was looking at the prices to attend one of her shows. They are not cheap. And if I
I'd be lying if I said the days have been meeting anymore.
I would be the happiest camper on the planet. This is like
Pig. I'm gonna bonk you in the head.
Concerts here. This shit
I'm gonna bonk you in the head.
It looks like how I
every
used to
day
play
is
with my
epic.
friends when I was
You get to be at the time where we get to question what would happen
good.
if we
I don't
fed
know why she's
sweet
moving
chili
around
heat
like she's in
to
slow
some
motion or she's
12th
like 80
century
years
peasant.
old. Maybe she spent too much time in space, so her body needs to reacclimate to Earth's gravity. Couldn't tell you. But the way she's maneuvering around the stage with the lightsaber, cinema. I don't even know where to begin. So she's being chased around by anchor arm aliens,
I'd have
and she's
to
got
disconnect
the Darth
myself
Maul
from the
lightsaber
Nightbot
out.
access.
But she
I'm
didn't
not
even do the
making
bare minimum of like
comments.
twirling it around or anything. She just holds it static, like an American
Katy Perry,
gladiator with the
literally,
giant
this dude.
Q-tips. I would have at least thought there'd be like some.
The days
twirling
are
or
an
something
illusion,
there to make
and
it
time is a
interesting and
bitch who
entertaining,
won't
but
stop
no,
calling.
it's just like she's basically T-posing across the stage.
Time's even
She's
not
running away
real.
from like the Power Rangers villains, and then there's like
Especially since if you're like, if you're underground with no natural light, your body can adjust to a 50-hour wake cycle.
Here, but I love it.
Time
at
is
surface
definitely an
level where
illusion.
it's not really a fight. She like runs at him, and then he does like a flip over her, and then she like just holds the lightsaber out, and he grabs it, and he's like, ah!
Ow, my
He's, like,
hands!
defeated from grabbing it. And then
This is
she
the best Katy Perry
sinks it into the
concert I've
rafters
ever
up there.
seen.
And then she runs back around, like, through the aliens, kind of, like, holding it out like she's jousting. My god, I forgot the showdown with the raid boss there, where they were exchanging blows back and forth. It was like a,
so
Dragon
slow.
Ball Z beam struggle between the two of them there, but luckily Katy Perry squeaked it out, and then she ran through the other aliens. Yeah, I don't know what it all means. I'll be honest, maybe I'm too stupid to pick up on what the actual messaging here is of the choreography, or I guess maybe lack thereof.
She said
choreography on her
extraterrestrial,
part.
and she was like,
maybe she just didn't
how can
feel
we
like
have
doing a whole lot
the
there,
alien
but it is
without
visually a
getting sued
masterpiece,
for the
'cause
IP?
that shit goes crazy.
Cloning a dead 12th century
very
king
least,
to
it
pour
looked like a
molten
lot of
gold
fun.
down their throat, droplet
No
by
doubt
droplet,
about that. I
by
also
putting
saw
them
some of the
in
other
a
like
VR
videos and
goon
pictures
chamber,
from the
playing
event. The whole
fastest,
fucking thing looks
several
out of this
forward
world. I think
live
the
leak
11 minutes
videos
she
at once
spent up in
as
space
they are immobilized.
must have like rewired
For what
her
purpose?
neurons or something, because
Just to have fun?
she is on some other shit right now, and I love
Someone
it.
didn't
Like,
want to pay
some of the
for
other
the
pictures I saw, she was
CGI
riding in
music
on like
video.
I don't know.
No,
like
that wasn't a
like
music video. That was a
3D
concert.
Printed Pokemon thing. I don't even know what
Huh?
the fuck it is. It looked like something I would have made in Maya or Blender back when I was a digital art student in college before I switched to exercise physiology. And she's like riding it around briefly, and then there's like another one where she's on like the wire system and she like goes out and then like comes back in. It's I want to go to a Katy Perry concert now. It was
Cirque du
just
Soleil?
watching the highlights of it has been an experience. I can only imagine being there for it. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's it. So yeah.
Alright, fucking bizarre. Not as bizarre as I would once assume, but it's weird when there's not a lot of content to the concert. You're just gonna be up there singing. Why not have something weird like ninjas? Plugs USB-C. in your USB-A. That is a little gauge. Alright, I'm gonna go for a quick break though. I'm just gonna get up, stretch, and then check on Kat. This is the time where if she is in a friendly mood, I will stick my face in belly. But she will most likely claw the back of my head, and I will regret this moment. Not quite the Rise Against concert, where the singer pissed on a guy. Okay, that was news. Anywho, I'll be back in a few minutes. Until then, enjoy the BRB screen while a bunch of bullshit flashes in your eyes. And you don't get MK Ultra'd. I swear that's not going to happen.
Full Metal Malcolmist.
Goku.
You sick fuck. Not everything has to be so goddamn horny with you. You need to cool.
Shut up, bitch!
Stings, doesn't it? My balls! It's Morbid time.
Hey man, get portable. Get a Game Gear Supersonic Sports Pack. A color portable Game Gear, carrying case, and 2-hit games. Sonic 2, and the Majors Pro Baseball. Whoa, even save $50. The Game Gear Supersonic Sports Pack. You know who makes it.
Coffee? Tea?
Our fucking teacher said.
What are those Neanderthals up to? Don't they know I'm busy spoiling myself?
Hey, you たち、オフィシャル君たちね。ぴったりのファールフェイスね。なんですって？
こ
この方々がさっきの元祖戦隊もののパワフルレンジャーさんたちですよね。どうもはじめまして。
今さらお会いさせてもトレートよ。アメリカで生まれたパワフルレンジャーをパクってまんまと戦隊シリーズ作るジャパン最低ね。最低ね。最低ね。何言い出すんですか。それ全く逆で。シャラップ。ちょっと何言ってんの。危ない。
Full Metal Malcolmist.
Hi. Michael, it's your birthday today. Cake and ice cream. It's on its way. Hi, welcome. I came back after pissing. Cat, nowhere to be found, so she's probably hiding in a closet under my bed or in one of the many boxes that I just leave out in the living room from Amazon deliveries, so she has someplace to hide in. Welcome, Flesh Simulator. Oh, sorry,
Hello.
Flesh Emulator.
On
the
behalf
side
of all of us
channel.
here at Simulated Fleshnamics, I'm very excited to bring you this most recent episode of Microwave Cooking for One with Flesh Simulator. What we're going to be making today is nutritional broth, the official Flesh Simulator nutritional broth, or flesh broth.
Flesh Emulator is
It
better
a
name in my opinion.
Chicken bone broth.
Well, this is the more
liquid that
unhinged
is,
one that
calorically dense and rich
he
with,
doesn't care if it gets banned.
We'll get into what it does. All right, so
well, still will,
I
but
believe
like
I have
not as much as the main channel.
Here. Paper cup. You need that.
Paper cup.
Plastic cup. You don't just need something that's microwave safe. We will begin by opening up a container of unsalted chicken bone broth. You can use salted, but it's. I think this. Okay, so either. Yes, this is the fresh one. There's one of these that has been opened, and it's just been sitting out for several months. But I
yummy
did not want to
accidentally use.
Yeah.
I like how the shotgun's just like right there.
Oh no, I got the spoon wet. You're not supposed to get the spoon wet to start, but a little bit too late now. Bear with me. All right. Cool. Then into this cayenne pepper.
Chicken stock, cayenne pepper. This is a drink. This is totally going to be a nutritional broth. He's going to slam. The exact slop formula, I wish. Don't cut your thumb. Don't cut your thumb.
There we go. You'll want about a spoon worth. Actually, that's a.
Thumb is getting absolutely corrupted. Don't give.
But I like spicy stuff, so.
Why are we bringing up corruption?
Yeah. This much.
That much? That's not a lot.
First powder added. The other ones you're going to need. I'll just go over the ingredients also. In addition to cayenne pepper and bone broth, you're going to need ground ginger, ground cumin, peanut butter, salt.
Why is vomit getting corrupted?
MCT oil and an egg.
And an egg.
We'll get into what they do as they.
Sui's in this video too.
A lot of ginger. You'll want a lot of ginger. Kind of like a heaped tablespoon or so.
Fuck, he's as good as putting the main focus and center camera as I am.
Okay, I was worried that was cumin. You do not want a lot of cumin. Cumin is very strong.
I'll tell you how much cumin I want.
Cumin. What does cumin do? Cumin forms sort of like the spice base note for what we're going to be working with today. So what cumin is, if you're not familiar, is you know the difference between this, like the flavor of chili powder and the flavor of just cayenne pepper? That's cumin. A little bit goes a long way, but you do also need it for this. It forms the kind of synergistic flavor effect. Like, I don't know, what's that? Half a teaspoon? Salt. Always important. It's going to be gross if you don't have it.
As no doubt. We making curry? He's making nutritional broth. So we've got an unsalted chicken broth, cayenne pepper, cumin, a lot of ginger.
Okay. So we've got this. I'm going to go put this in the microwave for a minute or two. You need to get it nice and hot.
And a lot of salt.
Okay. Now, in the meantime, while that is microwaving the broth, etc., we're going to get started with this. You are going to take, I would say, about as much peanut butter as you can fit on a spoon. Like, and probably get a little more on there, but like this, like a big globule. All right, let's try to get that off here a little bit.
Good luck.
Close enough. Next, we're going to be using our MCT oil. What is this? This is basically like, okay, so you know butter, like when you go to a seafood place and you can get drawn butter for lobster.
Yeah.
Or just like the clarified butter. This is that, but for coconut oil.
Oh.
It filters it to be entirely medium chain triglycerides. If anyone in the comments
good night, Glau. Have a good evening,
coffee,
bud.
that is the same principle.
Like,
these
that
are
people's
a much more
bodies are
bioavailable
different.
source of fat.
Sprinkle energies
So
on
it's
top of
immediately
that,
converted
and
to
what
energy
works for
instead
one
of,
person rarely works for
slowly.
the next.
But when you combine that with a source of fat, like
I can't have the peanut butter,
which is just the regular kind, that it gets this sort of, IR, XR, boom, boom thingy.
But at the same time, he's just using base core ingredients like a chicken broth and spices. The only thing so far that I can see that would cause any allergic reaction, unless you have like a severe affliction to spice, so being really white, is the peanut butter so far.
It probably would have been easier if I had done this one first, but
probably.
I'd say like a tablespoon worth. Just because it's going to be overly filling otherwise.
Now, to sell it at a restaurant for $35.
In here so far.
Oh no, you don't understand Flesh Simulator. Flesh Simulator is like the guy who's screaming,
"We shall see."
Hey man, Tower 7, why'd that fall?
Stirred together just a little bit.
They're not doing this for cat. There's a fucking shotgun right there, Draconic, in the background.
Chicken broth.
They're more ready for the government to knock on their door, which is funny. On one of the videos, they end it with, here's a reenactment of when the FBI called me about me getting nuclear-related equipment.
Okay.
Why do you want this? I want to make it a synthesizer. What? Funny notes. Music.
We're gonna need this.
You sure you're not selling this to another country?
In just a second, nope. So we can do the egg thing. So let's mix the hot broth in with the peanut butter MCT oil. Concoction.
He is just gonna drink this.
We've got our nice empty cup now. Now, here is the question. Alright, so I'm going to tell you a little bit about why I'm doing these steps.
Evil Vsauce does it again. Yeah.
This broth is more or less a kind of deconstructed dystopian take on West African peanut soup. It's got the underlying chicken flavor, peanut butter, ginger, cayenne, cumin. And I guess
why is there a gun? Flesh Simulator.
Thai Penang thing going on with the flavor of the MCT oil. Now, if any of you are acolytes of the whole bulletproof coffee thing, you'll recognize that the one kind of unappealing thing about it is that the MCT oil and butter will pool up on top as a sort of...
Oh. Before we go any further, because there's probably people that don't really understand what Flesh Simulator is all about. Let me get the image they have as their background. This is their banner image for Twitter. I'll just leave it here for a second so you can absorb what he's on. Read that for me, thank you. Breakaway Civilization, Area 1. We've got the Pine Gap in Australia. The Jason Society. Anton LaVey, Church of Satan. That's connected to Steve Jobs. The King Sacrifice, JFK Assassination. MK Ultra right below it. Nixon and Watergate. Oh, so he's seen lines and examines FBI's called them a few times, I feel at this point. Where's the Dragon of Chaos? Kissinger and the Illuminati card. Hep B vaccine. Ebola! Barbara Bush. Aleister Crowley's daughter. I'm not seeing it, but there's a lot to go over on this. Anderson Cooper. Yeah. Hi, Kassane. Welcome in. Flesh Simulator.
Slimy oil slick layer. Here is the way to get around that. An egg yolk. Egg yolks contain lecithin. It is a natural emulsifier. I'm going to put this mic down for a second.
I love when people are cooking not for the passion of cooking, but for the science.
Alright. I'm going to do the whole... this thing. If we don't want egg whites in this, that's going to make it kind of gross. You know, if it's absolutely unavoidable, that's one thing, but... Alrighty, so you have your egg white, or egg yolk, the nice orange color here. What you're going to do is
you've seen an egg before,
plop this
the
in.
Orange bit.
Shit. Let it burst, and then just stir it until it's incorporated. What you don't want it to do is cook, which it is kind of trying to do right now. Burst, damn it. Okay, here we go. Now, what are the macros like in this weird, horrifying concoction? Well, it's got a lot of energy in it. This thing will keep you feeling full and energized for a very long time. It's around 450 calories. It is 20 plus grams of protein. It is around 30 grams of fat, but it's, half of it is peanut butter type fat, and then the other half is a MCT oil type fat.
They're not real
It's
fat.
got vitamin A, D, E, and then B2, B3, B5, B12, and then I think it's a source of potassium. This is just off the top of my head.
Peanut butter?
But yeah, so it's starting to get incorporated, and because of the emulsification nature of the lecithin and the egg yolk, what we have now is like, really, this is kind of just like a thick ramen broth. Like, very much still just like a, drinkable liquid.
I'd like some 2B in my mouth.
Meal by itself. I'm gonna go. I'll take a sip of it.
Piss fetish points at chat. Yeah, drink that broth.
I need something else. I think more salt, actually. Because this is a completely unsalted bone broth shit, and this.
Dump more salt in it. Dump more salt in it. Ah, I wish I could make this, but the peanut butter will kill me. Well, not kill me, but No, I'll feel like I want to die.
Oh yeah, it's much better. But yeah, you drink it, so it'll stay together now. And you can drink this. It is a full meal. It's faster to make when you aren't haphazardly explaining it to a camera. Okay, like, figure it out. You have the ingredients necessary, like, to eyeball it yourself. Figure out what you like. I'm assuming that this is going to sort of be a comedic joke to 80% of the audience, being like, you know, haha, like. But for the 20% of you who are locked in, the real Silicon Valley psychos, the people who only eat because they have to, you're probably also taking a lot of Adderall, so it's great for that. Like, really great.
$400 calories in a cup, around 30 grams of fat, 28 for protein, 28, 29. Damn, that's good. That's a good nutritional broth. Thank you, Flesh Emulator. Side channel of Flesh Simulator. And now.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Rag.
I hate you! I hate the air that you breathe! I hate the fact that you're even living!
Thank you. 25 months.
You should not
Quit playing with my zipper.
You should not breathe the same
Come rope.
Hey.
Come rope.
Hey. Quit calling me stinky, first off. Hey. Hi. So I hate that tits now. When it hits your resub, if it's automatic or once you like submit it, now it throws the shit at me. Not when you hit the button, but the second that the transaction goes through. It feels like it's actually been downgraded somehow. And they still haven't fixed it yet. What the fuck? What happened to my $15? Rag. Hello. Welcome. Rag, you haven't seen Twitter or Blue Sky. I assume you haven't looked at either of those. There's extra throws for you. Since you got cucked. Can someone make a Twitch tits equivalent? Thank you, Saul, Thank you for continuing gift stuff from Slushy. Very based of you. Also, Scam Train. Many streamers have changed with TTS 3 years ago. Well, I'm not referring to TTS. I'm referring to Twitch Integrated Throwing System. I'm not complaining. Well, I am complaining. I'm complaining about something I spent $15 on that was supposed to do what happened when you did it right then and there, but because Rag probably did it at an earlier point and is now only hitting the button to announce it on stream, they don't get the throw. It's supposed to be tied into the announcing. I misunderstood, my bad. No, that's okay. This is why we clarify. I will never mean it in negativity unless I have to clarify it because of the autism, and then I will explain feelings in comments if feelings are associated. Otherwise, I am a monotone dumbass. Thank you, Coma. Thank you. Tussles your hair, calls you gay, points at your face. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Ugh. But thank you for Scam Train. Don't look at it. I already have Gritty Goose. It's fine. Buy a second tone. No.
I hate you.
Tilted. Welcome in.
I hate the air that you breathe. I hate the fact that
I don't need no
living.
hype train. I don't need no multi-level thing. I already have the goose that does the gritty. I'm already winning. I know it happened 2 hours ago. I'm gonna kick him right in the balls. Right in the pinor.
I made a video a little while back about how I thought that nuclear power was going to be coming back in a big way, and it still is. Just definitely not in America.
So, in reference, this is a video about Doge, that Department of Government, whatever the E stands for, expenditures. What the FI5I can't gift on mobile when not subbed. Harful, you shouldn't gift on mobile anyway, it costs more money. You can open up in the But yeah, that's fucked up that you why wouldn't you be able to? That feels like it hinders. Alright, well, guess you gotta sub to me, bitch. Get under the heel of my boot. Get it? Cause sub and sub, same thing, it's wordplay. God, I'm terrible at language. Oh hi, one of the Green brothers. True. So Doge just eliminated a thing that makes stuff happen. It's very funny. And I actually am one of them people who are like, yeah, can we get nuclear power, please? Can I get super cheap power, please, for the love of God? Ew, no. Kicks you in the ribs, kicks you in the ribs, kicks you in the ribs.
I don't know. Actually, maybe they'll realize the gigantic mistake they have just made and they will undo it, but there's this thing called the Loan Programs Office. It's basically a government bank that is used to fund things that the government would like to see happen in America that otherwise would not happen because banks are just too conservative. Now, this is a wild thing to say. The government is less conservative than banks, but yeah, banks will basically only fund stuff that they've seen work before. So say, for example, you're like,
Jazzy, you've given me perfect art idea. Is me licking the elephant's foot. Oh, that's so good.
like a young guy who made a bunch of
Now I
money
need to
with
find
his,
a really
tech startup in the payments
fucked up
space, and you wanna
artist
build
that
a
can
car
do black
company.
and
So you
white
found this car
really
company
well.
and you invested in it and you started to
So we
help
can
build
get
it
it
with
from the
founders,
same.
and now you need to like build.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I hate to continue interrupting this. But we get this shot. But I'm like right here. And then my tongue is just licking it. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, thank you for Scamtrain. Thank you, Scamtrain. Very based. To the artist, you tell that to. Make sure they add a radiation blur that you'll normally. Ow.
Keep the
See on
change, you
radioactive
filthy
material.
animal.
I'll do research. I've got other things I gotta pay for first. But yeah, no, this would be perfect. Get the same rating. Yeah, and I'm right here just licking it. I'm gonna die, you see.
Build a big factory? No normal commercial bank is going to do that because you have no track record of building car factories, and no one has a track record of building electric car factories. And so, I made a video a little while back about how I thought that nuclear power was going to be coming back in a big way, and it still is, just definitely not in America. I don't know. Actually, maybe
sorry to make you all
they'll
learn
realize
something.
the gigantic mistake they have just made and they will undo it, but there's this
Pay the
thing
fuck attention.
called the Loan
Hits you with a
It's basically a
big
government
ruler
bank that
while
is
in a nun
used to
outfit.
fund things that the government would like to see happen in America that otherwise would not happen because banks are just too conservative. Now, this is a wild thing to say. The government is less conservative than banks, but yeah, banks
They
will
don't care about you,
basically
they care
only
about money.
fund stuff that they've seen work before. So say, for example, you're like a young guy who made a bunch of money with his like tech startup in the payments space, and you want to build a car company. And so you found this car company and you invested in it and you started to help build it with the founders, and now you need to like build a big factory. No normal commercial bank is going to do that because you have no track record of building car factories, and no one has a track record of building electric car factories. And so enter the Loan loan programs office.
You get
They
nothing,
would
you
give
fail.
you that loan and allow you to build your big factory. And that is exactly what happened to Tesla, and that loan was instrumental in the existence of Tesla today. This is a good thing. Everyone likes it. Now, at the same time, there was also this case that and no one can shut up about of Solyndra, which was like a solar power company that went belly up. That resulted in $500 million of lost money, which is a lot. But this is the thing about loans. You charge interest so that you can make money even if some of them fail. The Loan Programs Office has existed for a long time, mostly behind the scenes, not catching a lot of flack or a lot of attention, though Biden's Inflation Reduction Act dramatically increased the amount of money that it had to deploy. But it has a loan loss rate of around 2 or 3%, which is better than commercial banks. So the loans that end up not coming back, it's better than commercial banks, even though the loans that they are making are riskier, theoretically, because otherwise they just get normal commercial loans. It's specifically designed to help fund first-of-a-kind projects, which is
I want to open
exactly
a bagel
what
stand. We've seen bagel
because
stands
those are
open before.
exactly
Go to
the
a bank.
things that the market
Get a loan.
isn't taking care of, and having there be
I want to
some
open a
large
pre-toasted bagel
bank-like
stand
thing
where I
that
grow
is
the
able to
bagels
give
off
large
trees and they're already
loans
toasted.
for people
Never seen
who
that
are
before.
credible
This
and
is
who
fake.
have ideas
Go to
that
the government.
could like carry not just the United States but humanity forward substantially and more rapidly than otherwise would happen is so good. The Loan Programs Office is like, I think, one of the smartest things that we have. Other countries have them too. China's is gigantic. And ours is focused a lot on alternatives to current energy stuff, which makes sense because
Also,
there's
the
a lot of
companies
opportunity
fail.
in that space
True.
right now. And like, we can't innovate that much more in coal and oil and gas. We all, I thought, were on the same page that like, that's not the future. Eventually, we're going to run out of those things anyway. And so, because
Not true. There's enough oil on the planet for so long. They're pumping billions of barrels a day, like millions of barrels a day, a billion a month at this point by the feel of it. There is a lot of oil. It's the fact that all we have to do is just set up the geothermal generators. We just set up a big big thermal station on top of Old Yeller in Yosemite. Just that one that pops twice a day. That thing will power everything. Steam is just right there. You just put a fucking generator right there on top of it, and then boom, the ground just gives you the power. That's it. Or fuck wind turbines, because those are shitty. Just flip those bastards upside down, put them near the coast, and then you can just utilize the power of the tide. So you can use tide power, which is happening regardless. That's just the moon. Unless the moon goes away, the tide's still going to roll in and leave. And then the big fart holes in the ground that shoot out the hot gas. Invest in glowing rocks. Invest in my nuts.
Because it's often focused on alternative energy stuff,
but I
it's
still
sometimes
want
called a green
nuclear
bank,
power.
usually by people who are like more center or center left, and it's like, this is how we're going to help incentivize through markets the transition to a different set of energy production systems, which has resulted in the people on the right calling it a green slush fund, where it's just like they're taking your money and they're giving it away, but there's not even like
they take every dog out back one at a time.
$500 million
in every fire.
The Loan Programs Office makes more than that in interest payments every year. Like it makes money. It's a bank.
28.
It's a bank run by the government, and it makes money, and it's
not as efficient as it could be.
I don't know why you don't even want this to exist. It's like a fundamental cornerstone of industrial policy. If you want 1.21
gigawatts
policy, you need a government bank office like this who could take risks. Through the Inflation Reduction Act, the Loan Programs Office was authorized to loan out $500 billion.
Jesus.
It's loaned out so far around 10% of that. And now what has happened is Doge has come in and they've said to all of these bankers who are not hard to employ. These are not people who are wanting for career opportunities. They've said to all these people, look, you can quit now and we'll keep paying you for 6 months or something like that. Or later on, we'll fire you and you'll get no severance. And so a lot of these people are taking that opportunity. And right now, it looks like the Loan Programs Office has lost about half of its staff because Doge came in and said, we don't want you to be in this work anymore.
We don't want you to give money away.
A lot of other, I think, pieces of the Trump administration see the Loan Programs Office as a huge potential asset that they would like to deploy, but now no one's around to administer the loans that they've already given out, let alone figure out how to give out new ones. These are not people who needed a job. They are people who wanted to work in something that was more interesting and more meaningful. They could make more elsewhere. The only bank in America that is financing nuclear power projects right now, that goes both for existing technology nuclear and potential like first of a kind kinds of nuclear stuff, is the
But sadly the only first of the kind nuclear stuff that's been utilized lately has been for AI.
There's too much
Thank you,
regulatory
Microsoft.
weirdness. It's been too long since we've built a nuclear power plant. There's too much weirdness in the energy sector generally, with like the cost of both batteries and solar panels dropping so quickly. For the units that went online in Georgia recently, the LPO financed $12 billion,
solar panels
which is going
dropped
to be
in
paid
price?
back because we successfully built them and now it is generating electricity that people are paying for. They have a commitment of over $1 billion for a plant in Michigan to refurbish and turn back on a nuclear reactor there. And the LPO is backing companies that are doing small modular
Domain
reactors,
expansion.
which is this area that
Immaculate
nuclear
crack
power people
rock.
are excited about, where it's like, instead of trying to build a custom nuclear power plant every time, you instead have like a single plan that you just exercise over and over again, and they're smaller, so you can have like 3 of them on site, or just 1 of them, or 20 of them, or whatever. There's X Energy and TerraPower and Oklo, and they are all financed by the LPO. And of course, they do a ton of other stuff. They do solar stuff, they do wind stuff, they do geothermal stuff that I think could potentially
geothermal.
like be like actually what we do instead of fission and instead of fusion. I
Good
think
luck
that it's
getting
potential.
solar
I
panels
think that
now.
that's absolutely possible.
True.
And
Well,
like the reason why we are able to investigate it right now,
Artful,
because
I live
banks
in
will not
Canada.
finance
The
it
tariffs
because
aren't
it is
hitting
too
me.
new, is
The tariffs
Loan
are just
Programs
hitting
Office.
China.
It also is helping to finance conversion of automobile industry stuff in various ways to modernize car manufacturing.
People in
do more
America
battery
trying to
and
get
EV
stuff from another country, they're going to get hit with more money.
It's like the
Me,
most
I'm not
obvious
going to get hit with that.
bipartisan
The
good
price,
thing,
the base
you know?
price
The
is probably
Chinese
going to go
version
up
of
for
this
the
we don't
lack of
understand
business.
well, because
but
they
I don't get a
have
shit ton
to
of
be
fees.
transparent about what they do, but it's probably at least 4 or 5 times bigger than what the US is spending. And I think there's like a bunch of little ones, like each province has the ability to do industrial policy on its own, and so they're all spending loans and we have no idea what their loan loss rate is because that might look bad. Like, we got to do it the American way, but it's so crazy that like Solyndra became this big debacle when it wasn't even an issue. There were so many loans that all the money came back with interest and it paid that back, and all those companies now are like in the world doing good things, pushing society forward. I mean, the fact that that was turned into some kind of attack on the Loan Programs Office, and like why even? What don't you like? It's a program that works, that's administered well, and like they're trying to give away $500 billion. They had 200 employees. So like each person is responsible for over $2 billion, and you want them to do it more efficiently than that? I'm not saying it couldn't be more efficient, but I am saying that per dollar of loans, both going out and the dollars coming back in, that's way more efficient than any commercial bank has ever been. And there are reasons why it could be more efficient.
Because the people
There's
behind
reasons why
those
it could be better. There's reasons why it could be riskier. And there's reasons why it
they don't know
pushes
what they're
society
doing.
forward much faster than commercial banking. It's just so dumb. It's so dumb. And I don't think even people in the Trump administration wanted it to happen. I think that Doge just has like carte blanche to go in and do stuff because they want to and they feel like it, and like, where can we mess around? And it's extra kind of disgusting because the LPO gave Elon Musk this big ass loan to build his first big factory. It's textbook. I got in and I'm gonna close the door behind me. I find it fucking gross. And it's hurting all of us. It's not good for anyone. It's 100 fucking bankers. On the scale of the entire federal government, I'm sorry, I think that should be 10 times higher. They have such a good track record. We have so much going for us in this country. And petty, boring, ideologically driven bullshit like this is what stands in our way. It's so dumb. So I want to finish this video
I like the point, but I hate the editing.
Because I'm too mad. And we need to take it down.
No, Too Mad's
before
dead.
Before we turn those tables a little bit, this video is brought to you by the Awesome Socks Club.
And he's in defeat because he has a sock sponsor.
to watch School of Rock because it had Minecraft Steve in it, which we're working through, you know. We want to be delivered every month. Last night, my son, we want him to watch like more movies that we like, and he's getting that age where we can do more of that. And so we suggested a couple movies, and he wanted to watch School of Rock because it had Minecraft Steve in it, which we're working through, you know. It is what it is. That hit in a certain way that nothing else has ever hit before, but we just kind of moved past it. Has Minecraft Steve in it. Okay. So we watched School of Rock with my son. Absolute blast. He loves it. We love it. There's a couple of moments that maybe wouldn't be done the same way now, but like it made me feel like they don't make them like they used to. And also, like, how do they get all these like tremendous little virtuoso kids to act in this movie? And so I got curious about that, and I like Googled the kids, and there's all kinds of really cool stories. I can't believe I went from Bill and Bergham's office to this. And in amongst the kids,
yeah, are we going back to the nuclear power thing, or are you done off that? Because that was the main focus of my topic.
Sort of, aging unsuccessful rocker who takes a substitute teaching gig illicitly and then turns these kids into a rock band, and it's very great. And so I'm Googling, and I discover 10 weeks ago, so this movie came out in 2003, so it's 20 plus years since this movie came out. The girl who is like one of the singer girls, like with the pigtails, she got married to the security guard boy. Like the big security guard boy and the little pigtail singer girl got married in real life 10 weeks ago. Apparently, like the School of Rock kids have like a group chat, and they've been group chatting for 20 years, and they'd always be like, oh, I'm gonna be in your city. And like these two like eventually like got older, they grew up, they met. He's a lawyer, she does like sonograms for an OBGYN, and they hit it off, I guess, later in life, and now they're married people. That's so cute. That is the cutest meet cute I've ever heard of. Like a little girl and little boy, like they like did an audition together and were in a movie together 20 something years ago, and then as adults they like met back up and they're like, oh, I like you. That's adorable.
I'm happy because the child actor,
about that.
Some of the child actors out of that didn't get the happy ending
and to build together. And some people really do just suck, especially at understanding the intricacies of industrial policy and the difficulties of doing it well.
What a way to rope it back into the main topic.
Maybe their entire success is based on the existence of this office that they now want to close down. But some people make really good movies that my son really likes, and then they are kids in a child actor movie, and then they go on to become normal people with normal lives, and then they meet up and they love each other. And so that's, I don't know. I can't really tie that together at all. So let's play.
Okay, that was just a random tangent.
Bean gag, trunk muzzle.
I like the initial point, but now he's just kind of going off. This just looks like it's... Was this just a clip from his stream? Did I just get tricked into a Hassan-like edited bit? I'm sorry. I disappoint myself. Alright, let's get that all off there. I'm not even letting that finish. I was happy to talk about the fact that the loans office might get nuclear power back. And I was hoping that was the actual main focus of the video, but I was wrong. This one's about Art Attack, and I swear to God, if we go into a rant about something that's not about Art Attack on this, I'm gonna just delete all of YouTube off of the internet.
Yay!
Fuck you, Art Attack's great.
Those who grew up in the UK during the 90s and early 2000s know that children's television was in a golden age. Weekday afternoons and weekend mornings were packed with iconic shows that left a lasting impression.
Fuck you, why do you hate Art Attack?
Classics like Zap, Funhouse, Jungle Run, Dexter's Lab, Johnny Bravo, Recess, Pokemon, the list goes on and on, but these were a few of my favorites. There was a real sense of variety and personality in the programming, and for many kids, tuning in after school or on weekend mornings wasn't just routine.
See, the funny thing about being in Canada is that you also get UK programming because of the
During this time, there were a number of children's art shows that entertained and inspired generations of young viewers.
And to some
but
still
few
are.
had quite the same cultural impact as Art Attack. Debuting in 1990, Art Attack ran for 17 years in its original run and was hosted by the endlessly enthusiastic Neil Buchanan, and has since become a nostalgic favorite for anyone who grew up in the 90s or early 2000s.
Throw your back out.
The show was rebooted for a few series in the 2010s and even got a number of international versions over the years, but for many of us, it's the original run with Neil's bold projects, infectious enthusiasm, and of course the iconic head that sticks in our minds. There were other shows that tried to blend art and entertainment. Smart, for example, which had a loyal fan base of its own,
good
at
just being on
stood
focus.
above the rest and was one of my absolute favorite shows to watch as a kid. And let's not forget about those incredible big art attacks where Neil would create massive artworks using a wide variety of different objects. As a kid watching that, it felt like magic. In this video, we're taking a trip down memory lane to revisit Art Attack, its origins, its format, the man behind it all, the history of the show, and some of the standout moments that made it a must-watch and an essential part of British children's television history. Before we get started, don't forget to show your support for the channel by hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Your support is greatly appreciated.
Like and share, comment below. Don't say anything bad, the automatic filter will ban your account.
To understand what led to the debut of Art Attack in mid-1990, we have to go back a few years to the early 1980s and the children's television show Number 73. A young Neil Buchanan made his television debut on Number 73, joining the show from its second series in June of 1982. And one of the recurring segments of the show saw Neil demonstrating how to create various pieces of art using everyday objects. This would be the seed that would eventually grow into Art Attack. Prior to his television debut, Neil was a member of the heavy metal band Marseille, which won the first UK Battle of the Bands competition in 1977. But when their
Neil from Art Attack was first in a heavy metal band. Oh, I love learning.
The record label Mountain collapsed in the early 1980s, Neil left the band to pursue a career on television. The band have reformed a couple of times since and have recorded a total of 4 studio albums. When Number 73 ended,
oh, it was 80s, so
Neil moved
yeah,
on
actually,
to
you know what?
host
Let's listen to Marseille. Actually, no, I put it over here. I don't recall getting any UK programming here, but Red Dwarf. Oh, I love Red Dwarf. So when I was younger, story time with Bud. When I was younger, me grandma, me mother's mother, she British as fuck. So anytime I went over there, all her programming was just British. Like she never left the UK. Because anything on the TV was just BBC oriented, like everything. It's like her whole fucking cable package was. No, I don't live in Canada. I live in England. So I watched so much British programming growing up that I watched. I'm pretty sure the first original run of Red Dwarf, just constantly being over there, being babysat. It's also where I got to see Dragon Ball Z. And my first anime, Sailor Moon. Is that 2 L's and an E? No, it isn't I. I like how the first song that comes up is Wanna Get High. Neil Buchan. Oh, this is from 2010. This is from a Glasgow show. No, it still was Canada. Like some of the channels were still Canadian. That was the Ocean dub that I watched. But majority of the channels she had access to were Oh, this is what that guy considers heavy metal? Okay, so they're hard rock at most. That's better. That's a better understanding than fucking Neil from Art Attack being in a heavy metal band. No, hard rock.
Collapsed in the early 1980s.
Hardcock band.
Neil left the band to pursue
maybe
a career
drank 4
on
beers.
television. The band have reformed a couple of times since and have recorded a total of 4 studio albums. When number 73 ended in 1988, Neil moved on to host its successor, the Saturday morning children's entertainment show Motormouth, which aired in the same time slot that number 73 did. It was around this time.
He looks like Paul McCartney right now. I get Paul McCartney.
1988, Neil moved on to host its successor, the Saturday morning children's entertainment show Motormouth.
Wait, who is the guy that drove their Humvee?
It was around this time
up
that
the Fred
Neil
Durst
decided
place
he
going,
wanted
"Where's
to
my
create
shit?"
a show of his own, and as a lover of art, he thought an art-themed children's show would be the perfect idea. He and television producer Tim Edmonds, whom Neil had met during his time working on
Fred
both number
Durst.
73 and Motormouth, got to work on the idea, and a pilot was filmed in early 1989 at a disused swimming pool in Gillingham.
Eddie
This
Van
pilot
Halen.
episode
Eddie Van
starts out
Halen
with
once
Neil
held a
creating
gun
the
to
very first
Fred
of his
Durst's
big
head,
Art Attacks, a
saying,
giant
"Give me back
picture
my
of
guitar,"
Charlie
after
Chaplin
leaving it
made
at his
using
place
a mountain of soil
for a
inside
day.
the swimming pool and a vacuum cleaner. He then heads out onto the streets to make caricatures of various people.
Fucking
We see this
cokeheads.
rather peculiar scene of Princess Diana and Prince Charles, as he was known at the time, dancing and playing guitar while the Queen plays the drums, and these comedic impressions of various celebrities. The pilot was certainly low budget, but it was enough for the show to be commissioned for a full series which would debut the following year. Thankfully, we wouldn't be returning to that dark and dingy looking swimming pool, as the show would, for the majority of its run, be filmed at the Maidstone Studios in Maidstone, Kent, which has played host to many iconic kids and game shows over the years, including Zap, Finders Keepers, and Catchphrase. Art Attack would also get one of the most iconic set designs in television history, something that made the show stand out and was one of my favorite things about the show.
honestly,
Neil explained
yes.
how this set design came about during an episode of the show Telegantic Megavision in 1996.
Believe it or not, this set was designed on my lounge floor.
You're joking.
No, because I threw all my art materials down there, and me and my producer, we were sitting there and going, what can we do for the set? And then suddenly I had an idea, and I lay down, and I said to him, get down here and have a look at this. He said, what for? I said, just look at that. And he looked on the floor, and I said, what can you see? He said, a load of art material. I said, pretend I was that big. And he said, oh, yeah, Honey,
Oh,
I
yeah,
Shrunk
it's
the
just a
Artist.
little
You know,
set.
Honey, I Shrunk
Yeah,
the Kids.
yeah.
And that's how the set came about.
Art Attack also had one of the greatest ever television theme songs, as I'm sure you'll agree. My favorite part being this incredible drum fill at the end.
That's stuck in
This
my
theme
head
song was
forever.
composed by Mr. Miller and Mr. Porter, who have penned theme songs and scores for various kids' TV shows, dramas, and documentaries. And they were inspired by Buchanan's suggestion of creating something reminiscent of the Kenny Loggins song Danger Zone, which featured in the 1986 film Top Gun. While the theme song went through a few
What are we gonna write for the intro of this kids show about arts and like being creative? I watched Danger Zone last night. You like Kenny Loggins? Yeah, fuck yeah, man. So why don't we just make it like Danger Zone? Yeah, sure, that's great. Hand me that blow. Oh, that's just, well, it was the 90s.
different variations over the years, it always remained the same iconic and memorable melody that greeted us at the start of every episode. Having taken a look at the show's origins, let's now take a closer look at the show itself, how it was structured, and some of its most memorable moments.
I love Art Attack. Art Attack's great. If you haven't watched it, hopefully after this video you get some interest.
The opening titles of the show had a few different variations over the years. From series 1 to 7 we would get the pencil and paper alert that opened every episode, and then slowly zoom into the color red on the paint palette as various arts and crafts materials flew around the screen. Then from series 8 the credits would be given a much needed overhaul with what I think is the best opening credits the show ever had. From series 12 we would get a new version of this same intro accompanied by a remixed version of the opening theme, and finally from series 17 until the end of the final 19th series we would once again get some new opening titles and another remix of the theme song. Art Attack's runtime alternated between 15 minutes and 20 minutes over the years, but always followed the same general structure. After the opening titles, we would be greeted by Neil in the studio, who would get right into the first creation, which was invariably linked to the show's main concept, creating art out of everyday objects. I distinctly remember creating quite a few of these when I was a kid, and the ones that stick in my mind the most were the fantasy castle made out of toilet rolls and polystyrene cups, this dinosaur-shaped piggy bank which I genuinely made and saved my pocket money in when I was a kid, and perhaps my favorite art attack, the garbage gobbler from series 9. I always remember this being one of the most fun to make. These opening segments were a huge part of why I and so many others absolutely loved Art Attack. Neil Buchanan was just a brilliant presenter. He had this natural ability to explain things clearly and enthusiastically, breaking down each step in a way that made you feel like you could do it too, no matter how complex it looked at first. There was something incredibly engaging about the way he could go from a blank sheet of paper or a pile of random stuff to something genuinely cool and creative. And as a kid, it was fascinating to watch these ideas come to life. It made art feel exciting, approachable, fun, like it wasn't about being perfect, but about having a go and enjoying the process. Neil had a number of catchphrases that became
Oh. No, no, no. No, no, no. Oh. Really, OBS? Really, OBS? There you go. Why'd it move? That took way too long. It was terrible. Minus 11.
Neil had a number of catchphrases that became synonymous with the show, including constantly telling us about that PVA glue.
Mix some PVA glue in equal parts with water. PVA glue, PVA glue, PVA glue, PVA glue, PVA glue, PVA glue. The white school glue in the squidgy bottles.
And always encouraging us to have a go ourselves.
Try it yourself. Try it yourself. Try it yourself. Try it yourself. Try it yourself.
Was that a picture of Keanu Reeves?
Glue, the white school glue in the squid. Try it yourself.
Is that Keanu Reeves? I think that's Keanu Reeves. Alright, attack. Yeah! Yeah, that's actually just... Yeah. Series 8, Episode 3, 4 minutes, 57 seconds in.
What you need.
Start here, copy.
Just across the top there,
Why
bit
is
like bread.
Bunny?
Well, it's not, it's sponge. And lots of different colours you can buy. Try it yourself, a multicoloured sponge frame.
Oh, those are nice, soft, squidgy frames.
Hello! Yes, it's me again, the head. Now, you can get those sponges everywhere.
We don't talk about Keanu? He's just there? Okay. Alright, fair enough.
Try it yourself. 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 A money letterbox.
After this first creation, we would then meet the Head, the puppet stone bust who would recap the steps needed to create Neil's art attack, tell a few jokes or puns, and usually hilariously reveal his own attempt at the art attack, which was invariably always messed up.
Because he has no hands.
And just one last piece of advice. Make sure you dry it flat.
In the first two series, the Head was actually a real person, played in Series 1 by Jim Sweeney and in Series 2 by Andrew O'Connor. But from Series 3 onwards, we got the familiar puppet Head, who was operated and voiced first by Francis Wright and then by producer and Art Attack co-creator Tim Edmonds. After this was one of the best parts of the show, the Big Art Attack, where Neil would create a giant image using a wide variety of objects, including salt, money, clothes, food, boxes, cars, rope, you name it, Neil has probably made a big art attack with it. There were so many iconic big art attacks that were created throughout the years, including this majestic winged horse made out of salt, Neil making a giant version of himself out of various objects, and this incredible picture of the Queen made entirely out of money, £250,000 no less. Perhaps the most famous of these though was when Neil and the Art Attack team went to New York for Christmas, where he was able to do the biggest art attack he's ever done by creating a giant picture of Santa on his sleigh using the lights from the city skyline.
It's gonna work.
It worked!
Neil would normally end these big art attacks with his arms outstretched looking up towards the camera above, and I'm sure everyone who was a fan of this show as a kid tried to make their own big art attacks somewhere at home. After this, we would come back to the studio where there would be 2 more segments, which usually involved either another craft project or some kind of drawing or painting that kids could try themselves at home. In some series, there were also segments where kids would show off their own art attacks that were either inspired by what Neil had done or that inspired Neil to try something himself. And with that, the episode would come to an end. Rewatching episodes of Art Attack for this video has really been a lot of fun, and it made me realize just how special this show was. It wasn't just a show about arts and crafts, it was a show that sparked imagination, encouraged creativity, and made kids feel like they had the freedom to try something new and create anything they wanted. Neil Buchanan's passion and energy were infectious. The projects were always clever and fun, and the whole format was just so brilliantly put together. Whether you were trying to recreate something with loo rolls and cereal boxes, laughing at the Head's latest disaster, or staring in awe at the big art attacks, the show made art feel exciting and accessible. So it's no wonder it holds such a cherished place in so many people's childhood memories. For me, it was one of the best shows on TV growing up and will always be one of my favorites. The show ran for an incredible 19 series in its original run from 1990 to 2007. And during that time, a number of international versions of the show were also produced, including in Spain, France, Germany, Italy, Portugal, and Japan. These were filmed in the same studio as the UK version and retained Neil's big art attack.
Esto es una manualidad Art Attack.
That's not, no. That's just dubbed over. Oh. Man, Art Attack bumper, 2009, recreated picture only. Oh. You can't have anything fun today.
Had a dubbed version of the Head, and sometimes had the footage of Neil's hands actually creating the art attacks, which would be voiced over by the local host. Suffice to say, Art Attack was a huge international success. Unfortunately, at the end of its 19th series, ITV announced the show's cancellation. But the show didn't just disappear from our screens. Over the following years, the show was regularly repeated on CITV, remaining popular enough for the show to eventually be rebooted by Disney in 2011 for a series of international versions that were interestingly all filmed in Argentina. There were 4 UK series produced over the next 4 years, with the first series presented by Jassa Aluwalia before being replaced by Lloyd Warby for the other 3. Its final episode was broadcast on June 12, 2015, and that was, at least at the time of writing, the end of the UK version of Art Attack. During the original run of Art Attack, Neil Buchanan also presented a number of other hugely successful kids' TV shows, including the hilarious Zap, the game show Finders Keepers, and the magazine show It's a Mystery. But when Art Attack came to an end in 2007, Neil took a step back from television presenting, choosing instead to focus on his own art and photography, as well as reforming the band Marseille and recording their 4th and final studio album, Unfinished Business. Neil's art is absolutely incredible, so if he's exhibiting near you sometime in the future, please go along and check it out. Lastly, in September 2020, a theory surfaced online that Neil Buchanan was in fact the elusive graffiti artist Banksy, something that Neil denied. And I'm sure Neil isn't Banksy,
that would be funny,
but wouldn't it have been great if he was? In more recent news, there have been stories online that Art Attack will be rebooted soon with new host Romesh Ranganathan. I haven't found any information on when this reboot is expected to debut, and it's great the show's making a comeback, but for me, Romesh just isn't the right choice of host. We'd all love to see Neil back on the show. After all, he was what made the show so successful and entertaining, but who do you think would be the best choice of host for a new Art Attack? Let me know in the comments below. In conclusion, Art Attack was and still is one of my all-time favorite TV shows. It wasn't just fun to watch, it genuinely inspired creativity and imagination in a whole generation of kids,
too?
and I think that's why it holds such a special place in so many people's hearts even today. Whether you were trying out your own little mini masterpiece at the kitchen table, or just in awe of Neil's latest big Art Attack, the show made art exciting, accessible, and cool. It had heart, humor, originality, and a presenter who truly loved what he was doing, and that made all the difference. It's no wonder the show became a cultural institution, beloved by millions not just in the UK, but around the world. Wouldn't it be amazing if Art Attack came back for a special one-off run, even just for a short while, with Neil Buchanan returning as host? One more big Art Attack for old time's sake? Now that would be a masterpiece.
We're gonna do a big Art
Many
Attack.
thanks for watching.
We're gonna pour a bunch of oil all over these penguins.
Old episodes of Art Attack in research for
We've got all this room on the
Arctic
ice
shows
shelf.
like this really gives
Before
you
the
a
ice shelf's
nostalgia
gone.
buzz, and this was one of my all-time favorites. So I hope you've enjoyed this look back
Big
at
Art
the
Attack
origins
turns
and
into
history
natural
of the show.
disaster.
Did you ever create any of the Art Attacks from the show? What were your favorite creations of Neil's? I'd love to hear your thoughts and memories in the comments below. You can show your support for the channel by hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. And I'll see you all in the next video.
Oh, no, I don't know what that is. Oh, that was Red Letter Media. A flash in my eye and I seen Rich. Just put a second goes by. Okay. Those were songs I was supposed to play, but I didn't play them at the beginning. What is that one? There it is. And now, to awaken at least someone's core memories of YouTube.
Oh,
it's
you
Pewds.
little cat. Oh, you. Oh,
Why do I got the analog feedback?
You disgusting little
Fix
thing.
it! Fix it!
Oh, what happened to you?
Fix it, you piece of shit!
Oh, look at yourself. You're the blob from I Have No Mouth, but I Must Scream.
Yeah.
Oh, who did this to you? Was it Windows? Oh, Mac OS? Oh. Don't worry. I can save you.
Install Linux.
That's right, it's Linux propaganda.
Like anyway, let me start this off by saying I am not a tech guy. You saw my PC building video. Looks all bent. I'm surprised the whole thing hasn't exploded. It's like sitting next to a bomb every day. But what you did see was 0.5 seconds of the video where I installed Linux on the thing, and a lot of people just went, what? What
do you mean you installed Linux?
Some people seemed surprised and confused.
Something possessed him to put Linux on it.
Some people were excited. At the time, I didn't know the power that I had. I was like a baby with a rocket launcher. For years, I have been tortured by Windows. But now,
if you're not the tech guy, why did you have Linux?
I escaped the Windows
To escape?
I saw the sun. The shadows are gone. It blinded me for a moment. And now I'm speaking to you in the cave. Enough reference. Okay, so I'm gonna yap about Linux for as long as this video is, and you're gonna listen. I want to start off by going through the reasons why I switched to Linux. It's different for everybody. Number one is how backlit this shot is. Number one, Windows talks to me like I'm a baby. Now, mentally, I might be, but that does not warrant. You want Candy Crush? You want Candy Crush on your computer? You want to use Bing? Yeah.
Are
you sure you want to delete that file?
Yeah.
Are you super duper sure you want
He's
to
also a
delete that
dad,
file?
and he owns land in
That's
Japan.
how it talks to me, and I don't like it. Linux, on the other hand, literally puts a gun in your hand and says,
Dude.
My first sort of aha moment when I installed Linux or started using it was, wait a minute, it does exactly what I want it to do. And there's just a really powerful feeling about that. I do want to show you guys my setup as well. I will get into that. But first, reason number two, as an epic minimalist, the bloat. The bloat is real. It always bothered me. Anytime I install a new Windows, I spent like an hour trying to uninstall all the pre-packaged BS that I don't want. Windows is like, I know you paid $100 or whatever for me, but I'm still gonna put ads in here.
Yeah,
yes.
enjoy.
Put a little AI in here. You want that, right? That doesn't benefit me. It's for you, the consumer. Bing! It doesn't benefit me that you use Bing, but please use Bing.
Please!
Microsoft is an annoying Swede, apparently. With Linux, nothing. Serenity. Peace. Don't even get me started on the Windows taskbar. You control what's on your computer.
I hate everything
obvious.
Windows.
How is this not a thing?
Windows.
Reason number three, customization. I discovered this afterwards. Customizing on Linux is a beautiful thing. On Windows, you can maybe change your wallpaper, change a little bit of colors, whoopity-doo. On Linux, you can change reality itself. Since Linux is built modular,
What do you mean?
You can swap out your GUI entirely. You don't even have to use one. You can cut off the head of Linux and it'll still be like, hey, I'm here, what's up? Customizing on Linux is called rising, and I got way too into it. I cooked hard. I can't wait to show you guys. Now, reason number four, gaming. Gaming on Linux is finally real. I actually installed Linux 15 years ago. That's right, I'm old. And I uninstalled it after like a couple days, as a lot of people do, when they realize, oh, I can't use the things I need on Linux. And for me, that was gaming back then, because it's like, well, then what's the point? But now, gaming on Linux is real, at last. So Valve came in like Gandalf in Helm's Deep, riding a Steam Deck with Proton. So I think this is a perfect example how Linux benefits everyone. The fact that Valve as a company recognized maybe Microsoft has a bit too much power. If they wanted to and started being shady, locking things down, taking cuts, they absolutely could, and it's not like it would be uncharacteristics for them to do. So Valve started improving gaming on Linux, boosted driver support, and they built on what was already there from open source software like Wine. By doing this, Valve benefits, consumer benefits, ecosystem grows, win, win, win. It really feels like an alternate reality. This totally could not have been a thing. And it also makes me realize just how many things can be better if people just weren't so greedy. Can we just fix them? So thank you, Linux, and thank you, Base Gaben. Now I've gone through the reasons why I switched to Linux. Let me just explain why maybe not switching is a good idea. Because everything good comes with a sacrifice.
Yeah, what can I not do? I don't want Windows 11.
Linux, you'll likely have to give
Windows 11, I don't get Notepad, and I don't get MS Paint. I don't get Paint. And I'm like, why don't I get Microsoft Paint? It's Windows 11. You're telling me you don't give me Paint and you don't give me Notepad? Two of the most utilized fucking things in the world. Instead, you give me AI slop and ads. Disappointed.
Something up. I don't know what it is, but for me, it was Photoshop. I used Photoshop, again, for 15 years. All the shortcuts, all my workflow, it's all baked into my brain. The way I use Photoshop, I don't think about it. It's just, here's the thumbnail.
That will be part of the Windows DLC.
It's not beautiful, but I get the job done. Unfortunately, Adobe is a garbage company, and their software just won't run on Linux. A lot of artists are jumping ship. They don't want to use Adobe anymore because they realize it's a terrible company. Me as well, I thought, you know what? It's time. I'll swap over. I know the open source alternative is GIMP. I've heard about this forever, and I thought, you know, it'll feel good.
Oh my god!
I'll feel good leaving Adobe. So I'm ready. I
Huge
go to their
mention
website,
GIMP.
I click through the
He probably is going to be like, no, I don't like it.
I crawl through the bushes just to find the goddamn unsubscribe button, and I was so ready. I was gonna be like, you Adobe, just unsubscribe. You know what happens? You know what happens?
What happened?
They
Did you
hit
get
me
charged?
with an unsubscription fee.
Oh, $60
Yes.
to leave?
Those. I'm sorry, what?
How is that not illegal?
Pay to not use your software. It was like $65 or something. It's insane. What the f? If anything, it just made me realize, okay, it's over. I'm never going back. So like I said, the open source alternative is GIMP. GIMP! And since this is Linux, open source, you can do whatever you want. I downloaded this icon pack that changed the icons so they look like the Photoshop icons. That helped a little bit.
Oh.
Then I downloaded a shortcut command list that matches the one on Photoshop. Boom, made it a little easier. You know, I'm still not 100% used to it, but the fact that I can do stuff like this really helps. For me, personally, a worthy sacrifice. I hope this doesn't sound
no,
like
I have
copium,
to
but
change like
genuinely,
2 or 3
it feels
things.
good that I was able to move on. At the end of the day, some tools are only
And now
gonna
I don't
work
get
on
fucked over.
Windows and only gonna
Cool
work on
personal story
Mac,
about Adobe.
but
They
what you gain
made
on
2
Linux
accounts
is
in my
so
name and
much more.
charged me almost 400
Read
extra over the course of a year.
Join
Smile.
us. I'm just praying that Adobe
We should burn Adobe
show
down.
up one day and be like,
We should
there's
just
another fee.
burn Adobe
I'll
down.
meet them in a dark alleyway. They'll be like,
Drag him out into the streets.
That's a little
Beat him with pipe.
now that I've
Burn
convinced
Adobe
you to
down.
swap to Linux, you have the wonderful choice of picking a distro. Yay, so many of them.
Oh my
I hear people
God.
going like, I don't know which one to pick. What do I do? There's so many. Just pick one. It's a wonderful thing that you can choose. Don't you understand? The world is your flavor. Look at all these spices. I went with Mint because it's the same one that I installed 15 years ago, and I knew that it was beginner friendly and that it
Mint?
still holds up. It very much feels like Windows, just better, okay? You don't even need to touch the scary terminal if you don't want to. You don't have to. It's okay.
But what if I want to touch the scary
Now,
terminal?
let's jump into my computer really quick. Oh, look at that. I'm recording with OBS. Open source is always the best source. Couldn't get Bandicam. They didn't have a Bandicam. I can't believe I paid for that. There's like free versions everywhere. That's so much better. Okay. All right. So this is the terminal. You probably heard about it in Linux. Feels a bit strange at the beginning. Let me just show you how it works. But first, wait. Oh, yes, today's sponsor. 3, 2, 1. Wrong! Laptop, which I call Dionysus. This is my code PewDiePie, 33% off. Thank you, G Fuel, for sponsoring this
It was
video.
a G Fuel.
Okay, so this is my desktop. I called it Apollo, and then I have my laptop, which I called Dionysus, because I wanted to mess around with it. Dionysus is the one I really went hard on the rising. But I just wanted to show some terminal commands really quick, just so you get an idea.
I haven't seen anything Raid Shadow Legends in the past like year and a half. I feel like it's probably 2 years now. Also, I feel bad. I'm pretty sure I did, but Rag, thank you for the bit.
Kids, if a stranger
I know I'm
comes
50
up to
minutes
you
late
and wants
to
to
that,
fuck you in the ass,
and I'm pretty sure I
that's no
mentioned it.
good.
But then I have that like nagging like back of the head, like maybe you didn't, you idiot. Maybe they're busy with their 3D animated movie. Guess their budget is kaboom.
idea how it works. I talked about this in my last video, but the first thing that really blew my mind with Linux, I just noticed my computer was booting kind of slowly. So I found this command called system deanalyze, and it tells you exactly how long it takes for your computer to actually load and what part takes a certain amount of time. And it used to be like 45 seconds. I was like, dude, this is terrible. So then I found another command called blame, and then you can see exactly what part is kind of slowing down your system, which got me into like really optimizing it.
Didn't
and
have
I had so
any
much fun
government
doing
needs
that.
to
And it
keep
just
them
made me
in the
realize,
algorithm.
just like on Windows, if my computer is kind of slow, you just kind of deal with it.
Unironically
It's like,
true.
oh, okay, well, what can you do? On Linux, it's like, the world is your oyster. You can fix it. Personally, I like that kind of stuff. The second thing that blew my mind with the Linux terminal was just how fast it is at searching. Searching on Windows is so annoying. It takes forever.
How is this not
Sometimes it doesn't
tech-savvy
even
guy
find the file, even though you type the name
Because
of it
this is
perfectly.
actually all basic.
And a lot of times they
Once
just
you
bing
start doing
They're
it, you're like,
you wanna
oh no,
search for
this
your
is
file?
yeah, this
oh,
is
maybe
really
no.
easy.
Actually, you wanna look it online. That's what you want to do. It's like no. Linux, you can find any file, whatever you want.
I
This is
hate
searching
Windows,
all
and this is
JPEGs
starting
on my
just
computer.
to get me
It's a
to
bad
start
example, actually. The other thing that I love about
wanting
it is
to
that you don't
leave
have to just search the
faster.
file. You can also search
Please,
text
Gaben, release
inside the
Steam
file.
OS.
So let's say you forgot what the file is called, but you remember roughly some stuff inside it. You can grep it, and bada bing, bada boom. What the hell is this? Spotify password text. Balls deep. I did not do
balls
that.
deep?
What? Searching files on Linux is super fast. It made me realize just how it should be on a computer again. The most obvious thing with the terminal is that, let's say you install the operating system and you need to also put all the programs that you want to use on it. Usually you have to go on the browser, Google it, look up their page, go to their download page, dodge all the fake ads and all that crap, and do that and install and run each one, wait for it to install, yada yada. It takes forever. On Linux, you just go sudo apt install, what do we want? We want VLC, Firefox, OBS Studio, boom, thank you. And now I can sit and look at the screen and feel like I'm a hacker. Yes, I know what all of this means. Every single letter I'm soaking in with my brain. There's so much you can do with the terminal. It's insanely powerful. I can make a whole video about it.
Kid is trying
I don't want
to
to keep
get
this too
into
long-winded.
Spotify.
And in reality, I just want to show you my
Who's
rise
kid?
on my laptop, to be honest. That's the whole reason I'm making this video. I had this old laptop. I mean, it's not that old, but I just never used it.
I don't think they're even
because
able to walk
I didn't
yet.
really like using it. I mentioned before there's many distros of Linux, and I wanted to try one called Arch. Partially because of the meme. It's kind of become a meme because it's a little difficult to install Arch. So it's like a flex to use it. For some reason, I went on a God run and I had no issue. I always get stuck on the dumbest ever for like 12 hours. I don't know what happened that time. But I also wanted to download Arch because it's a minimalist distro. Whatever you put, or at least 90% of it, is there because you decided to put it there. And it's also very highly customizable, which are two elements that I love. So I knew I was going to love it. All right, let's go into
Can
my
I make
laptop.
Niku
I think
my
it makes
mouse?
sense for me to show it without
Like,
any customization first because
it's a
it
pointing
just be
arrow on the
confusing and
screen.
I need to talk to people
Without
that
downloading some,
haven't used Linux.
malware
My first
filled
favorite thing, which I have on Mint as
GIF.
well, is just shortcuts on my keyboard to open programs. Open terminal, open file manager, open browser, close it, whatever, it's all there. It's such a nice workflow and have a more keyboard-centric way of using your computer, especially on a laptop. But even in general, you know, the whole like, okay, let me click on the start menu and just find the thing. If I don't have it keybind, I can open Rofi and just search for it and open it. I don't want to over-explain things as well, but yeah, this is my terminal on this setup. I'm using Alacrity, and this is NeoFetch, which shows my specs. And usually people have an ASCII art. It sounds like I'm saying ASCII. ASCII, I'll call it ASCII, of their distro.
ASCII,
and
no,
if you saw my
ASCII.
Mint one earlier,
Puerto.
I was like, oh, it wouldn't be cool if I do like my own custom ASCII. And then I thought, oh, wouldn't it be cool if I do my own animated ASCII? So I figured out how to do that. It took a little bit of tinkering and schminkering, but it's just so nice to look at. I love it.
feel like
So
I
I'm
do
running
use Linux, but I do
Hyperland,
not
which
wish
is
to. That's
this
understandable.
beautiful tile manager. It automatically sorts it for me whenever I open something. This is such a nice workflow, and I can close it all as well. You can literally open these until infinite. When you're on a laptop, when you have limited screen space, it's such a great way to work with it. The fact that they're always there means I never have to look for them because I know they're there. And if my workspace is full, I can look at this, swap to another one. This is workspace number 2. And workspace number 4. I've been recording OBS from here. Let's say I'm working on a project on workspace 1. I can then work on another thing on workspace 2 and go back and forth vice versa instantly. I love this way of using a computer. It's so sick. The first thing I really loved about this Arch Hyperland setup
so
was
I can have everything set up on OBS on one and then
at least, you know,
flip
like,
over.
Boom. Oh, open. It's so
but
nice.
I just like having OBS
but then I open my
constantly
browser
here.
and it's like, oh, you see that? Ew. Again. Oh, that took forever. And it loads so ugly. So my first thought, okay, well, maybe I can upgrade my SSD to make it snappier and quicker. But then I thought, I'm on Linux. I can do whatever I want. So let's run a time here. Firefox. Let's ignore the CSS errors. I tinkered a bit too much. Don't worry about it. What was that? 2 seconds? Not good enough. So I figured out a way, and it's so dumb. I won't explain how I did it, but the fact that I was able to do it, boom, instant. Boom, 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 boom! I love it. I love it so much. It's these small things that makes you really fall in love with using Linux. Anyway, the first thing I customized was Waybar. Oh, I forgot to say I can move around as well if I want to. Anyway, and move them to a different workspace. So yeah, this is my taskbar. It's like the Windows taskbar, except you decide exactly what's on it and customizing it. I put calendar, turn it on and off, internet, Bluetooth, quick access to all these things, you know. I really enjoy this as well. It's basically just tells me if I'm connected to NordVPN or not, and I can toggle by clicking on it, and it tells me which country I'm connected to. Up here, it shows which workspace I'm using. Since I have these reactor in the background, I thought it'd be cool to like LARP as if each workspace was each reactor. I'm on reactor A, there's reactor B, C, and D where it's recording OBS. Then I have my battery bar, which is ASCII. I keep saying ASCII, which is ASCII art. I got the volume, and you know, look, if my volume goes too low, it gets red, it's critical.
Oh my god, my critical!
Just to really LARP the whole nuclear reactor UI. To me, it's cool. I like it. All right, the second thing I did was making widgets with ew. Ew was a nightmare.
Ew?
I'm not gonna lie. Here we go. Let me also change the wallpaper really quick. One second. All right, so this is my desktop. Let me play some music actually. So first I added this
Please don't be
visualizer
copyrighted.
because
Please don't
I
be
just saw a lot of
copyrighted.
people
Bullshit.
doing it.
Please don't be
It's using
copyrighted.
Kava,
Bullshit.
but I
Please.
changed it
Please
again with
feud.
ASCII. So it looks a little more Matrix and hackery. Here we have my uptime, just how long it's been running, and how much until my battery is out. I should probably charge my laptop. CPU temp, I should probably change, cool it down a bit. All of this is, it changes, it's not just like visual flare. Well, it is, but CPU load, which changes, RAM usage, storage. This tells me which workspace I'm on. So right now I'm on reactor B. Power consumption, completely useless, but I needed it to look cool. And then we have my 2 fans for CPU and GPU, and then this little spinny fan thing to show it. Upload and download, latency, and then just another VPN thing. It's kind of pointless. And then basic weather. And then finally, to make it sort of all work together, I added a script that basically scans if I'm using a window. So if I open or close, it sort of transitions in and out of Waybar because I don't need it on both. That's just like too much information in my opinion. So this is on my desktop. It's just a nice vibe here. We just chill over here, and then when I'm in workflow, it blackens it all out. And I can just get going on my schmingy thingy.
Schmingy
Oh,
thingy?
and in the middle here,
You can't even hum.
I forgot to say, it has power profiles, my laptop, so I thought it'd be cool to change them.
Well,
it's silence,
it's Bitch Design, he owns
or
the copyright.
power mode.
Wait,
but
never mind. Herman Lee from Dragon Force. Wow, that was on Twitch. But still, Herman Lee on Twitch playing fucking Dragon Force.
Are faster as well because
that was hilarious.
This is
and
so
not even he was
sick to me
playing
because
like
I'm
the recorded
remembering what
song.
this
He was
laptop
on
used
his
to be
guitar
running
playing
Windows.
it.
I never wanted to use it. I hated it. Now it went from a hardware that I never used to my favorite piece of hardware because it not just looks great, it runs great. I love it. It's so sick. I had so much fun customizing this. It was just a blast. Yeah, I hope you guys appreciate it as well. I've been doing so much more.
You're gonna get me to get fucking Linux.
Like I mentioned earlier, you can communicate with Linux even without a graphical user interface.
Contemplated
UI.
on
that
how
made me
this
so
is
excited.
good
So
or
I'm like, wait,
bad.
that means I can use other computers at my disposal. For some reason, to me, that's just like really cool. And I wanted to try what I could do with it. I want to show this in another video maybe, because I feel like it's too much yapping. But my point is, I've been having so much fun. Just
The
tinkering,
yapper.
messing around, feeling like a hacker. But I gotta be real as well. Linux is not perfect. There's a lot of issues.
Yeah.
A good example is, again, my laptop. When I first installed Arch, none of my F keys worked. Actually, sorry, 3 out of 12 worked.
3 out of
the
12,
box.
yeah,
So I had
that's a
spent
number.
a long time bringing them back to life. For me, it was kind of fun. I was like, oh, got another one working. Like, okay, let's move on to the next one. But I can imagine for a lot of people that just want things to work, you know.
Yeah, if I
maybe
had
this is not
like
for
2
you.
weeks
and maybe it should
to do
work,
nothing,
you know. I think
then
since
I could
Linux is
probably
not as
run
popular on
Linux
desktop as Windows
to
or
get all the
Mac,
time
this
to
is just
figure
the
it out.
reality. There's just not enough support for it. On Linux, if something doesn't work, it's kind of up to you to fix it. And yeah, that's just how it is. I was trying to update my drivers for my GPU, and I got a black screen 6 times, and I had to do a hard restore every time. It's, you know, not the most fun thing in the world. There are other things I could rather be doing, which is why I need you to install Linux, so the more people we can get together,
It, like,
the better Linux
honestly,
becomes.
once Windows
And I
11
get it
forces
now.
a bunch of
That's why
people to get
were
off
so excited
Windows
about
10.
me using Linux, because Linux is
And
not
people
a product,
just hate
it's
it.
a platform. And it also
Nothing will
already
change.
exists everywhere. NASA, SpaceX, it runs on Linux. All the supercomputers, your TV, your smart fridge, your phone if it's Android, it's all Linux, baby. I think it's just so cool, the fact that this all happened because one Finnish guy in like the 90s just decided, hey, I can write a better kernel. Finnish naivety, typical Finnish behavior. They think they can do anything.
Fuck
But
you,
without
I
that,
don't
you know,
like
things
your
would have been very
goddamn
different. At least there
shitty
would be no
operating system.
alternative. And I just think it's so cool that people saw what it did, got excited, and wanted to join in. So please consider joining in. Now, if you're even just a little bit curious, I recommend trying Linux. Maybe try dual booting it if you're not sure. You can still keep your Windows or whatever. You're gonna kill it later. You might as well kill it now. Test it out, break it, get upset. On Linux, I feel alive at last, at long last. Thank you for watching. Let me just type out my goodbyes. No.
He was gonna hit stop recording and then worried it was gonna kill it. Ah! Do I have anything left? Do I have anything left? Ah, yes, yes, yes. I do have slop. You get 1 more meat slop down your gullet. Open up, chat. It's time for the horror of HOAs. The best thing I can say about Linux is that it's annoying just because the way that it is, while Windows is actually hitting you in the face with a bat. Yeah, no, that's understandable. Also, welcome in, Taco. Hope you're doing good. The Linux is just getting over having to like navigate it, and then once you've learned to navigate it, you're like, okay, this is how it operates. Just gotta work a couple levers before I get the fongle the dongle. That's fair. Windows is just annoying as shit from the hop.
Oh man, what the
Who is it?
We got a letter from the HOA.
Oh, HOA.
Why are you talking to the door? Your
It's
computer's
the
over
Homeowners
there.
Association, Winslow. I didn't even. How do we have one all the way out here? We're in the middle of nowhere, literally in the middle of nowhere. God damn it.
Wait, Hunter.
What?
I want to tell you something. Come over here.
Once I learn
why do I
all
have
the
to come just
PowerShell equivalents in a Linux CLI, then I'll
Whatever,
just
I'll just
do
do it
fine.
later. I'll
There.
just come back down
Hi,
later.
Mama. Welcome in.
Wait! I just want some screen time.
Bye, Winslow.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing?
He
Coming
made
to sit
that
down
puppet
because
just
today
for
we're
a
talking
few
about
seconds.
3 letters
Skits
that
like that.
combined together. I'm of course talking about HOA. Let me tell you something. Owning a home is something most people hope to accomplish as they reach their adult years. There's something freeing about having your own piece of property.
And then something fucks up, and
space to live in,
then you pour all your money into it. Whew.
Many future homeowners may not realize that they don't have as much freedom as they may think.
If I ever had to live in an HOA neighborhood, I'd kill myself.
Something called the HOA. Or the Homeowners Association. The HOA is run by a board of directors that enforce
Slim Shady
rules
there?
for all residents that own property within the community to follow, right? So your neighborhood has some fucking goon council that sits around, and there's the people who are like, "Your fence
I've never heard the HOA referred to as a goon council, but I know he meant it the other way, but it's really funny regardless.
Providing amenities for homeowners and aiding in resolving resident disputes, right? It's basically daycare. If you're in a HOA, you're in a daycare. Hey, listen, your car's a bit loud. You coming? Can you just slow it down? And can you also just, I mean, come on. You're being a bit loud. You know, it's that kind of stuff.
Cut your grass.
Yeah. So actually you left your trash cans out in your driveway. That's a fine. I can't leave my trash cans in my driveway. It makes the neighborhood look bad. Kill yourself.
Kill your yeah.
50-foot skeleton out.
So you left
That
your
was
giant Costco skeleton
2
out
minutes
for
and
6
10 seconds
months,
into
and
the
you've
video.
accrued quite a
He's
fine.
still monetized on this, maybe.
In order to do this, they often collect quarterly, monthly,
He's
or
breaking
annual
the
fees.
ad
You
rules
get
for
paid
the
someone to treat you like a
betterment
child.
of the entire website.
And when they are being operated as they were intended, it can result in great things for an individual community, right? However, there are countless examples, if not almost every example, of HOAs that have terrorized residents, often power tripping on the perceived superiority they receive from the board that they are on. So today, let's talk about the dark side of the Homeowners Association. Yeah, they're like a
Fucking
ghost.
weird people telling you what to do when you pay fucking rent. Ooh.
Is that wrong? Listen! Gamer Subs is branching out, evolving. Yes, we've had...
It's a Gamer Subs commercial. What a jarring jump. You'll see in a second. I skimmed a little faster than the advert.
You know, and you're probably wondering this. This is probably the glaring question off the top of everybody's mind. Hunter, how do you feel about HOAs, right? What I gotta say is, you know what? Don't like them.
What? That was good editing.
The HOA is necessary for, like, if a guy, which you couldn't even do this anyway, I was gonna say, just paints a swastika on his house. The police would be called. They can't do that. This is honestly what I think. If you're in a neighborhood,
Oh,
you
me
like,
scrubbing
and
it
you're like,
didn't have
"This
the
is nice, keep my
pixelation."
house nice to where I can sell it one day, and the value of it is only going to increase. But the guy next door painted his house in polka dots, and no one wants to live next to the fucking polka dot house. I understand the frustration there. At the same time, if I just spent $350,000 on a house, it should be my God-given right to paint the motherfucker in polka dots. No one should tell me. Also, no one should tell me how tall I want my fence is to cut my fucking lawn. Is it annoying to look at? Boo-hoo, bitch, is what I would say. Or if I was that distraught, honestly, I'd just be like, what could I do? I'm not saying that I advocate for people being slobs, because I don't. I'm just saying that, like, there's got to be a better way besides everyone is affected by rules because of, like, some bad eggs. That's what I gotta say. And also, I do think HOAs are just a huge pain in the ass. They can be expensive at times. Like, if you live in a really nice neighborhood,
HOAs
those
are
fees,
insane.
those monthly fees, it's crazy. Bananas.
In Texas, I think we're paying like 150 HOA fees.
It's insane. But first, how do people feel about homeowners associations? Residents often complain about the
Homeowner?
rigid set of rules around the HOA's ability to limit modifications to your house. Even though you own your home, that doesn't mean you are allowed to paint it whatever
You
color
might
you want. The
own it
HOA
and
won't
pay
approve
for it,
because they
but
want the
you don't
neighborhood
get
have
to
a
do
similar
stuff
color
with it.
scheme. And these types of regulations
Besides
surrounding your
pay
home's
for it.
visual appeal can impact all sorts of things, like how short you can cut your grass, what type of fence you can build, what
What do you mean how
flowers
short
you
I
can
can
plant
cut
in your
my
yard,
grass?
and much more, which I think is stupid. And the entire idea is just because it's like, it just keeps the value up, where it's like, am I not gonna live here for like 25 years?
I'm flipping this baby.
Listen, buddy, I'm flipping it. I'm a flipper. All right, these are investment properties.
Thank you
Okay,
for
so nobody
reconnecting,
paint-
shitty bot.
All right.
Shitty bot.
I'll come at you.
That's what I do. I'll buy you out. I'll buy you out to paint the house.
Yeah, exactly. The guy's like, no, I don't want to leave. I'm gonna buy you out. And this inevitably will result in some anger-inducing situations. Like with a father who had to tear down the treehouse he built for his child during the pandemic. Wouldn't you love that? Hey, buddy, I'm gonna build you a treehouse. Thanks, Dad, I love you. Yeah, so actually, no.
You're not allowed.
Build a treehouse that's in your yard.
Oh
To me,
crap,
I'm
an
like,
HOA
dude,
would hate me. My
this
house
made me
is
riled
the only
up.
type.
I'm getting like pissed.
Its color on the dazzling
There's not even
Canadian
an
beach
HOA
front
here. I don't
property.
have an HOA,
Ooh.
luckily. I'm out in the fucking middle of nowhere, and I love it. I love it.
It's freeing.
The HOA will demand you to make changes to your home to fall in line with their guidelines, and a failure to do so will lead to fees you are required to pay. Seeing as other people are often forced to join HOAs to live in the community in the first place, you may think, what's the worst they can do? Well, the HOA has more power than you realize. In some instances, as late fees pile up, the HOA can pull a lien against your home,
Lien?
which is the
I
right
love
to keep possession
lien!
of property belonging to another person until a debt owed by that person is discharged. They can basically be like, I own your house. Until you pay your stupid fucking fees, I can own your house. And it's some dickhead down the road who's just like, hey, I just got this cherry Firebird that I'm souping up. It's like, dude, jump off your house. That's what I want to say. Fuck them. Essentially, if you fail to pay your debt to the HOA, they can foreclose your
feel
home
like
to
he's
pay it
dealt
off
with-
on top of any legal fees.
The legal fees to sue you.
Yeah, the
I feel like
legal
he's dealt with an
fees,
HOA
the legal
before.
fees to sue you. And I understand this is a fail-safe scenario for people who are like, I'm not going to pay it, or they're being dicks. You want to be able to boot people out of a neighborhood if you have kids. Also, in some communities, don't you have to be approved to even get the house by the HOA?
Ooh, that's a good
You gotta
question.
get, approved.
I think there are actual neighborhoods where it's like, yeah, the HOA has to prove you.
They check your skin.
Well, we gotta go
Yeah,
through
pretty
your
much.
records.
That's
What's
a
your
lot of
credit
HOAs. There are
score?
many other serious issues regarding HOAs.
Do you
like some of
have
them even still try to get away
any
with
actual,
racial
like,
segregation, the way it was commonly done in the 1960s.
illegal
Even as
things you
recently as
do? We're gonna
2019,
need a
Florida
cut.
community discovered that a nearby neighborhood still had Caucasian-only restrictions.
Oh.
Of course, dude. Those 85-year-olds.
I was gonna say, yeah, the retirees.
Yeah, there's
Fucking
like
boomers.
Jimmy Buffett, Margaritaville,
This is
in the
a
corner,
sign-
and, like, it's hidden
What-
behind
what's
some, like,
what's
Florida,
the what's
like,
the
fake
fucked up
toucans.
insane laws
Read
where
the sign, asshole! Because homeowner associations are run like
Sundown Town,
micro-governments and have
Sunset
considerable amount of
Town,
power,
something like
it's
that.
easy to see how things can get out of hand easily in the wrong hands. Like, for example, when members of an HOA in Colorado
Insane
called the
people
police to
just
try and
blatantly
shut
being
down a
racist?
child's lemonade stand
Oh,
due
yeah,
to
that's
it
fucked
being
up.
an illegal business. I think everybody's
That's
kind
an
of
illegal
right? They're like,
business.
I'm trying to just sell lemonade, and the woman's like, phone shaking. Get out of here! Get out!
Well, the worst part is, I think the police had to fine him.
They did. Well, they're like, well, I mean, I guess I'm sorry. What a pussy, dude. I'd be like, actually, ma'am.
Do you have a permit to
I'm
do
gonna shoot
this?
you in the
I'm
chest
selling
if you don't go
lemonade.
now. And my body cam footage is off. This is not even me joking around. I have a fucking Dodge Charger in my car. I will ram you off the fucking road. You can't say that to me. I'm like, I'm gonna.
She's
bust your
lowering the
teeth out.
property values. Open fire! Bang, 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 bang.
Do you guys take American Express? They're like, no, and I pull up the fucking table. They are so widely mocked and criticized that there's an entire genre on sites like TikTok that focus on creating fake rage bait HOA confrontations.
The classic camera, yeah.
Yeah, the classic camera thing. We can put up a little video of it, but you've seen it before too.
This key is not working, and this is the master key to all the houses. Did you change the locks? No. If you did, that's a violation of HOA policy.
With that said, let's talk about some of the most obnoxious HOA stories, starting with the HOA forcing people to leave their garage doors up.
What?
In Auburn, California, their local HOA had supposedly discovered that one of the homeowners had someone living in their garage. It's the end of days. In response, they decided that the best course of action was to enforce a rule that stated that every resident would be required to leave their garage doors open Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Hey, can we make it as easy as possible for burglars to come in my house while I'm at work? Monday, like the one day and time that I'm gone for my job.
Oh
Fucking
my
idiots.
God.
Residents were infuriated by this because it meant that they ran the risk of bikes, wheelchairs, cars, and any other loose objects
I
in
was
their
just
garage
gonna
being
say,
stolen. Those who
sick.
refused would
I
have
get to just
pay
go
a
around. Just
$200 fine, which is probably per
200.
day.
Yeah.
By the
What?
way,
What?
during the next HOA meeting, the neighborhood voiced their frustrations, causing them to back down from their new rule. I would be like, you know what? If you charge me, I'm going straight up. I'm
Say it, Hunter.
Postal.
No, I was gonna do more beating people in the mouth and butt dusting. I'm too angry.
Yeah.
I'm heated. I'm heated because I will say, I don't know if this is a good
Gonna
spot
fist
to say
him
it,
in the
but I had this
mouth?
one HOA one time.
There
I was
we
mowing
go.
my yard, and the guy who was the director or whatever of the HOA lived behind me. I was mowing my yard, and the guy came out and he's like, you know, you're not supposed to use gas mowers in this neighborhood, right?
Oof.
And I did. What? He's like, we're basically all Ryobi over here. And I was like, well, I don't have it. And he's like, okay, well, you should go get one. Annoying altercation, albeit whatever. Later on in the day, I get a fucking at my door, and then I hear off my steps, and the guy knocked on my door, left an envelope, and like ran off. And it was a, I'm not even joking, it was a $550 fine.
What?
$550 fine?
Fucking broke.
Where was this?
This was in Kansas City.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
And I sat there, and he lives right behind me. So I like walk around. I'm like, are you serious? He's like, buddy, honestly, I hate to do it, but it's just if you let one person do it, everybody's gonna start doing it. I'm like, it's a gas lawnmower. It's fine. I was like, also, I'm like, how can I get the fucking mower if I have to pay this? He's like, listen, like I said, I hate to do it's like, it's that kind of shit. Yeah. It'd always be like weird, petty stuff like that. Anyways, I hate HOAs. So
Oh
much.
my god, $550 fine
that
for
HOA decision was
using a
stupid. That's only the
gas-powered
beginning.
mower. I'd
Let's
shove
talk
the
about
gas-powered mower up
$250
that guy's
Gatorade
ass.
bottle violation. Rachel, a mother on TikTok.
Here's your payment in spades.
Mom talk. Play a clip. Rachel, a
My
mother on
child is
TikTok, voiced
dying.
her frustrations
Must
about
do the
an
dance
absurd
moves.
encounter with a HOA in her small community. After a grease fire got out of hand, their microwave exploded and burned down their entire home.
Huh? Why were you microwaving grease to the point of it igniting?
Days later, after firefighters had to put out the fire, they moved the charred microwave onto the front lawn for the purpose of being collected at a later date by the city of Houston. Even with the home completely destroyed, they were sent a letter from the HOA to their non-existent home stating that they must pay $250 for leaving their microwave out on the yard.
In the time that that microwave was sitting there, we got a notarized letter to that address that was literally burned and a fine for $250 from our HOA.
Of course, she refused to pay and got them to retract the fine. But later on, as workers were coming in and out of the home to slowly rebuild it, someone had left an empty Gatorade bottle on top of their fence railing, which is the most common thing at any job site. You're going to have like wrappers and bottles.
Microwaving an item for such a long time that it caught fire. Yes.
They probably forget about it.
Microwaving grease.
Tried
to make French fry in a
on the charred
microwave. I
ruins.
saw it on TikTok.
Rebuilding of a home. And the HOA decided to take a picture and include it in a certified letter given to Rachel. In it, she received a notice of another $250 fine just for a single bottle. Nick, what world are we living in?
Just one.
Yeah, you're like, actually, I think it's kind of cool. Is it wrong to not like that or what?
Okay, first you have the microwave, they retracted it, but then a Gatorade bottle, come on.
The audacity too. Well, you know what happened is that that somebody on that HOA board was like, it was her fault for burning it down anyways. And now she's got to dirty up the whole fucking neighborhood because of it.
Or they're saying, God, that's an eyesore. The charred. We can't find them.
You know, it's some fucking old dude like walking his dog and he's just like, God damn it, I lived here too long to have to put up with this. Burnt down house, woman's crying in her
Fucking
front yard.
crackheads
He's
burning
just
down everything.
She's an ugly crier too.
I thought the story was they were going to fine her for burning her house down.
I bet you
Basically, they basically
Can we
were.
fine her for the burning of the house? I do like how it's a grease fire that got out of hand. We're cooking French fries and just shit went wild. I cut up a couple spuds and threw them in the deep fryer. Whoa! That fire snowballed. I couldn't stop it. Now, $250 is bad. $250 to get smacked with, that's a fucking bummer. But that pales in comparison to some of the other HOA horror stories, like the woman who almost faced jail time over a purple playground.
What?
Was going to prison for a purple playground.
What?
Oh God, Jesus Christ! Here we go again.
Oh, your playground's
Lee
purple?
Summit was
Fucking
terrified after
open
being
fire.
hit with various threats from the homeowners
We don't
association
like Barney
regarding
the
playground
dinosaur
in their
here. We're going to
backyard,
cap
their
your
backyard
knees.
that no one else can really see behind their home, not even the front of the home. Marla and her husband had built it for their kids from scratch, finishing it off with a purple tinted wood stain. The kids were overjoyed. However, the HOA did not approve of the color. They were given a notice and a fine. Family contested it and won, but the HOA would not let up. 1 year later, they were given a letter explaining that if they did not take down the playground within a couple weeks, they could expect to see some jail time. Sorry. They found that they were not breaking any rules and even went to door to door asking residents to confirm that the swing set was not obstructing their view or bothering them. A petition was signed and the other residents began demanding the HOA to not pursue a lawsuit. But they denied the plea and filed the suit anyway, feeling that the playground needed to be within harmony with the other colors of the community. That's a quote. The family won the
racism. This is boomer racism. They think they're clever. But it's just boomer. No, all our houses are white here. You can't have a purple thing. It's the Mitch Hedberg sketch. The hell with purple people. Unless they're suffocating. Then help them.
Quote. The family won the case and the purple swing set stayed in their
I would have
yard.
fucking made it bigger.
Not even that bad.
I don't think it's that bad now. I'm looking at it now and I'm like, it's a fucking purple swing set, dude. And also kids are playing on it.
They would hate our channel colors.
Yeah, they're just like, I do not approve. I do not approve of those colors. Ooh, almost threw up a little bit. If you thought threatening to send a woman to jail over the color of a playground was a bit excessive, just wait until you hear about the man who was fined for giving away free water during a heat wave. It's like that Curb Your Enthusiasm bit.
It is illegal for anyone in the state of Georgia to provide food or water to voters in line at the polls.
What? You can't do.
Oh yeah. They're. This is just a Seinfeld ending.
In 2024, a heat wave hit Arizona residents with record-breaking temperatures.
Dark and
David
purple,
Marth,
not a
good Samaritan
neon, a
living
bright
in good
purple. Yeah, in the shadow, it does. You can
ice
like
cold
you can
water
tell
for
it's
all the
purple,
people
but
during
not
the
right
heat.
away.
Hey, if you were passing by and walking down the street, grab yourself a nice thing of water. On me. I'm the one who has the Costco membership. Kirkland Water for All. His local HOA
All
were
the
angered by
microplastics
this,
you can
saying
gulp.
that community rules are against advertising and giving out water bottles from a cooler that's visible to other residents in the driveway. Buddy, listen, you can't be promoting free water. That's against policy.
Listen, we're a Nestle community. We think that no one has right to water unless they can pay top dollar for it.
We cannot see. I cannot take a look at that cooler. Get that cooler away from me! Because of the weird rule, he was fined $50 a month, and this ramped up to $100 a month after it seemed that David wasn't giving up. Soon enough, the fees reached $475 a month! Obviously, residents couldn't care less about visual clutter of a single cooler being put in someone's driveway. And in fact, many of them were vocally supporting his decision to do so because, you know, I don't know, it's hot and it's free water. Apparently, this was something that David had been doing for years. That
Even
is,
you,
until
HOA.
the HOA suddenly decided it had to be stopped. For some reason, this time, you know, it's just one guy. We don't know who it is. Some nosy neighbor, dude.
Oh, you know what? He probably, for years, he's been trying to get on the HOA board, and he finally got it.
Trying to get on the HOA board, but also it's one of those things where it's like, I bet you anything, David had like a killer cookout, and then that motherfucker never got invited. So as soon as he, yeah, exactly, he's like peeking over the fence. Look at his bride.
They're all having
fun
fun without me. I'm gonna get them.
Not inviting him over at all. And then finally, when he gets a taste of power, he had to throw himself on.
Goes
it.
insane.
He had to enforce those rules immediately on my boy David. But out of protest, David refused to back down and refused to pay any of the fines, despite neighbors offering money to cover it. In an interview with a local Arizona news station, yes, this made the news, he simply stated, quote, just come get a bottle of water. Chill. How sick is that?
And have a bratwurst.
And have a fucking bratwurst. You know who you are. You know you're not invited. The guy's like, has like a glass of scotch in his house. He's like,
son of a bitch.
Do you need anything else, master? Sometimes HOAs can greenlight fees that are incredibly cruel, despite insane financial toll it can take on residents. Like when an HOA surprised a homeowner with a $15,000 fee.
What do you think justifies that high of a fee before you...
The only thing I can think that justifies
like there's a car in the front lawn that's
you, like destroy someone else's property, something like that. Like if you paint
digging a hole
on your house or something weird where it's like painting your house polka dots, is it annoying? Yes, but at the same time, do I think it really devalues your home? I don't know. I really don't think it does. But that kind of stuff.
You got a rotted car that after a few hours of just letting it sit there and jig the tires in is now half sunken.
You know,
that would be an excuse to give like a large fine.
Britton Broad posted a video where she detailed a horrific situation going on in her community in Orlando, Florida. My ass is never retiring down there, dude.
You don't want to go to...
No, I don't want to go to Florida. That shithole. Back in 2022, she had bought a condo at the age of 21, and part of her fees on top of her mortgage was a $315 HOA fee. That's what I'm saying. Is that fucking ridiculous? Oh, so you have to pay this, and don't forget that. It's like buying an apartment, unless you're in New York, makes no sense. Because then you have to pay building maintenance maintenance fees. At one point, a company had approached the owners in that neighborhood about buying their homes from them to convert into apartment buildings. Soon after they reject this offer, a new board of directors came in and increased the HOA fees for every resident. I wonder if he's in on this business scheme as well. For Brittany, her fee jumped up to $414. And soon after, it raised to $651 a month. That should legitimately be illegal.
That's something them trying to kick them out, right?
Well, they're trying to strong arm them to be like, you're not being kicked out, we're buying your property. It's that kind of shit. Eventually, a letter came in that explained that there will be a vote on May 15th to decide on a life-changing new measure. Essentially, after the Surfside condo collapse of 2021, a new mandate was passed requiring condo boards to have fully funded reserve to cover any potential costs like maintenance, repairs, and more. To raise these funds, the HOA would ask for a special assessment fee, asking for a range of, $11,000 to $22,000 per owner, depending on the property. And for Brittany, this meant her 810 square foot home required $15,000 in fees.
What?
This is the kind of person where I'm like, if hell is real, you are going to hell. Like there's no, it's owners were shocked, obviously, especially after finding out that half of the fee would have to be paid 2 months later.
I don't know where I personally would come up with the money. Like, I have a full-time job, I work 40 hours a week, but I do not make enough money to have that much money saved up.
Boomers
Being due 1 month
who've
after
had
that,
everything
so basically 2 months
handed
to
to
scrounge
them.
up $7,500, and then next month you got to pay the other half. You're
Time
cool
to
with
start
that, right?
selling
You live in
drugs.
This 810 square foot duplex. You're
Time
good
to
for
start
that? Okay,
selling
good.
drugs
At
hard.
this point, the community came together and created a ballot with the goal of voting to recall the current board of directors to replace them with actual residents. Why that wasn't done in the first place, I will never.
The HOA in the community wasn't even. What? Where's the money going to?
No. They also hired an attorney to help look into the situation. The word had gotten out, with her TikTok going viral and local news stations picking up her story. And in the end, the board was fully replaced with people who had an actual interest in looking out for the residents and raising money in a way that wouldn't financially cripple everyone in the community.
Happy ending.
You know what's, and I'm saying this to you, I have no idea. You know for a fact too that those old board of directors, bunch of old people.
Oh yeah.
Bunch of old people that probably had fucking the real estate.
What are you gonna do with it?
Sleep on it.
You might make a little bet out of it. Might be nice.
My bed's made of cash.
Smother.
Hey, bitches and bros and
Hi,
non-binary
DJ officer. Welcome in,
I
buddy.
don't understand when people are like, some 76-year-old guy.
Hope you're doing well.
148 properties. Sell them. You're gonna die. You're gonna die soon.
It's
real soon.
Generational wealth.
It's probably 'cause
Oh
somebody
my
looks at it and
God.
like, you're old. You're a fucking parasite. You're a leech on our family. You're a leech in our family. You're a waste of space. You smell bad. You should just die. Lay down and die. If you're old,
down and
just
die.
lay down and die.
Jeez.
That's me talking to those board of directors. You know what? Fuck it, all old people. Lay down and die. If we want to take a look at another woman who was hit with an exorbitant fee from the HOA, we could talk about the old woman who was forced to pay $17,000 in fines. Sorry, we just stepped it up $2,000. In 2020, an elderly woman from Georgia named Pat Kramer was in a panic after
Kramer?
receiving absurd letters from the HOA. Just a guy down the street sending her dick pics.
Oh, send more. Yeah, please send more. I horny.
Wait, what?
Goddamn
Hunter, what are you?
Pat.
Hunter, what are you
Your lips
doing?
are sitting there slobbering all over the driveway, Pat. Look at you.
Sorry.
That's what we call a super soaker, Pat. Send her a Polaroid of her cock. She'll be happy for hours.
Ooh.
There's no way.
What the hell's wrong with you, sir?
After living in her neighborhood for 13 years with no issues, a new management company took over.
Gushing
and started
grannies
endlessly
goes
targeting
through
her
his
for
head
huge
once a day.
violations and fees. It was me. I was like, how old is she? All right, stack it up and get her out. It started with her trash cans being visible.
It's always the trash cans.
Which is hard for her to move frequently because of her age, because she's older than Father Time itself. Next, it was the way her hose looked in her yard, as well as the lawn art. She probably had little gnomes. They're like, write up a ticket. They started asking her to deep clean the outside of her property. She obliged each time to keep things civil, but the late fees started to pile up when she was not able to get jobs done fast enough because she's so old.
I can't scrub faster.
Here's your Polaroid picture of my cock.
Ooh.
Well, now you're just distracting her.
God damn it. Well, no wonder you're getting distracted. Your lips keep drooling all over the yard there.
Sorry, I just am easily distracted.
Looking from behind.
Be gentle.
You have to put the gnomes up.
Not the
gnomes. The daily $25 infraction fee began to pile up. And
I don't know what he meant by put the gnomes up.
she tried to make
And he
calls
talked
to
about
her
too much
HOA to
gushing
slow down
granny
the
for me
fees
to
as
have
she
any
completed the request.
positive mental thought.
Clean and mow so fast. You gotta stop. They're like, never. Hang up. They wouldn't return. They wouldn't return her calls after an entire year. Please call me back.
No.
Who is it? Pat Kramer? No, I'm good. Which, here's the thing, guys. The fees racked up to a staggering $17,000.
Jesus Christ!
How many years went by when they were just put it on her tab? We're going to get Pat out of here. We're going to cripple Pat before she dies. We're going to cripple this pup before she goes down. Which, a price that Kramer could not financially afford.
No,
she
fuck
hired a
no.
lawyer who soon gave her the bad news that the HOA is completely within her right to treat her this way. So she had, did she pay it?
That sounds like
I was like how she's like, I don't have enough money. I'll pay you a lawyer. It's all I have. He's just like, you're
You're fucked. Legally, I can tell you, you're fucked. That would be $8,000
on this. At $300 an hour, you do that math as well. Oh no! He's like, don't worry though, I did include a Polaroid of my cock. Oh! Everyone's like, I wish Pat would get the hell out of here, actually. The whole community's tired of Pat. Sometimes even the most minor infractions can lead homeowners down a road of crippling debt. Like with the $40,000.
If I ever have to live at a HOA, I'm going to kill myself.
15 to 17, now 40?
That's green. Look, man. You eat dirt? Yeah, there's that edible dirt you can eat. Ecto ate the edible dirt.
Betty Hooker. What do you think my job is? It's right, I teach social studies. Betty Hooker wanted to construct a fence in the backyard.
Hunter, please
of her
never
Maryland
lick your lips
home
like
back
that on
in
camera.
2017, which would cost $8,000.
Again.
She received all proper permissions from her HOA before building it, ladies and gentlemen. When it was done, she was told that the fence was too close to the community's common area. They had come down and measured it out, determining that it was exactly 8 inches too close. It's so obnoxious. You see it sometimes with like HOA people like actually bringing out rulers. Betty
I
Hooker,
ate my lawn,
are you
yummers.
cahoots with
Are you
Pat
gonna replace
Kramer?
it with rocks? So then you can later eat the rocks?
And likely the dispute was more about enforcing silly rules over obstructing common community zones. The HOA wasn't going to let this go, however. And months later, after notifying her that they would seek legal action if nothing is done about the fence, Betty wanted them to pay for it. And the lengthy dispute resulted in an official complaint to the county court by the HOA. Betty was certain that the judge would understand how silly this was, right? But she actually ended up losing and was being forced to pay a daily $20.
I will say 8 inches over a property line is a lot. In the grand scheme of things, you probably should have had that measured out first. However, if HOA wants to dip into this, they probably should have been a part of the construction to point it out sooner while it's getting built, instead of waiting. Like assholes. Fault on both. Kill them both.
$25 fee that would start from back when the violation was first brought up. What? Well, I like how she's like, this
8 inches is a lot, is it now? In terms of property value, yes.
Guilty! She finally moved the fence to avoid
And
further
the other
problems, but
thing.
the HOA inspected it and told her it was still
Bites
not
pillow.
following their guidelines. They took Betty right back to court, where she was ordered to
Jesus.
pay an even more exorbitant fee on
But
top of
Jimmy,
her attorney
how did
fees,
they
totaling
get to feed her when, to get
I
her
would
out
kill
of the
myself
neighborhood?
in the cul-de-sac of my neighborhood if this happened to me. I would take a fucking gun and blow my brains
Huh?
out and make everybody watch. Especially if people are like, I don't care. But 8 inches to the community. I'm like, who cares? Is it on her property? Yeah, who cares, dude? If it was going into other people's yards, I'd be like, well, that's f***ed up. That's not your property. 8 inches to the, I can't, sorry.
8 inches is huge.
Oh, trust me, 8 inches is huge.
See?
Like sizes that probably people don't really ever see. Maybe in videos, but not in real life. Betty
Not in
told
real life.
reporters about her feelings at the moment. God, who cares, dude? She's like, I feel bad. Yeah, everyone does, dude. Have you heard of Pat Kramer, Polaroid hound of Florida? And Betty was claiming it was, quote, devastating. Mentally,
Devastating.
emotionally, and financially. But it didn't stop there, because the
Talk
HOA
about
wanted
torture.
to seize her home to pay for the debts. The issue with the fence was becoming more and more trivial. The fence itself only had less than an inch encroaching into the community's common area. Less than an inch. See, that's more normal, though.
That's an accurate measurement. Less than an inch? That sounds plausible.
It's like that's normal size.
Not
Yeah.
small,
Yeah, yeah.
normal.
Not small,
Normal.
I'm just saying normal
Normal.
size. Normal. Fortunately, the
Accurate to
HOA had broken
everybody.
rules as well. The rule in their governing document claims that the fines were improperly assessed in an abusive way and that the homeowners were not given proper due process. Because of this, the fees were all dropped.
Thank God.
Yippee!
Yes! Betty Hooker had quite the ending, unlike our girl Pat Kramer.
No, she...
Pat had to pay that.
Pat had to pay $17K. She got fucked.
Scoff Pat and pay it. Okay.
Half an inch is
In one of the
normal
more
size.
cool
That's for Meat
examples of the
Canyon,
HOA's
yes.
disregard for homeowners. A soldier in Iraq had his home taken away from him.
What?
Probably why he was in Iraq.
And his wife, too.
They took away the wife, too?
No, just making it. He probably lost his house and wife.
Michael Clower, who was a captain
It's
in the
funny
Army Reserve
because
in
this
Iraq,
was before the Stolen Valor
Frisco,
video.
Texas, to find that his $300,000 home had gone into
And now,
foreclosure. His
Boomer
wife May took care
Gladiatorial
of the two
Arenas.
kids while her
God,
husband
that'd be
was
so good.
shipped out to Iraq and soon slipped into a deep depression. She was terrified of losing her husband, to the point where she avoided checking the mail in fear of getting news of his death. Because of this, she had missed the HOA's letter alerting them that they had $800 in dues that needed to be paid. Oh God, God forbid. Yeah, so actually you owe us that. So if you don't, we're going to kill you and your family. We're Al-Qaeda. The HOA, we're terrorists. When this was
They are like a
ignored,
terroristic
the HOA started
group.
sending letters informing that they were getting ready to foreclose on the debt by
Wait, what?
seizing and selling their home. The worst part was the home was only sold for a measly $3,500.
What?
It was just a vehicle for them to get back the small debt that they were owed. May was shocked that the HOA never once visited the home in person to get a response from her, and that her home could just be sold without her getting not a penny from it. They worked with the lawyer to try and reverse this foreclosure based on the fact that the affidavit from the HOA's lawyer did not account for Michael's deployment. They had also set up a legal defense fund and eventually sued the association in
Please say
federal
they won.
court.
Please say they
awarded
won.
a generous settlement and were able to finally reclaim their home.
Oh, thank God.
You know what? Americans truly won that day, didn't they?
Oh, yeah.
Our man
No, they
went
didn't.
over, paid
No,
his
they didn't.
dues, and he paid his dues back in the States as well.
Nobody won in
God
that.
bless you, sir. Also, we should do Stolen Valor sometime, just for fun.
We're working on that.
Yeah, just for fun. I just want to do it for fun.
Oh, you mean? Oh,
yeah, I just
yes.
want to. We should just go out into the library.
Yeah, he just wants to
I do
dress
that every
up.
weekend.
Okay, well, I'm going to join you then. And lastly, I want to talk about a hero. I want to talk about the man who killed his HOA president
Gay!
and his wife. He's not a hero.
Oh,
I take
oh.
that back. Hugh Hootman is a
Hugh?
75-year-old man that was infuriated due to a simple dispute between him and his neighbors.
Boomer on
Apparently,
boomer
he
violence.
was in the laundry room
The
going,
gladiatorial
"What's up?"
arenas are real.
Oh my God! 81-year-old Henry Wallace, another resident,
Henry.
confronted Hootman about it and began screaming at him and his wife. Later on, Hootman saw Wallace while he was grabbing his mail from the community mailbox. There, he approached Wallace and told him that he needed to apologize the way he treated the two of them. Wallace brushed it off without responding, and that caused Hootman to lose his cool. He pulled out his 9mm pistol and shot him 2 times in the chest. Okay. I'm just gonna laugh at this. It's just so stupid. You apologize to me right now.
Huh?
No.
Nah. Bang.
Right, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to justify why I laughed. His wife, Ginger Wallace, was also the HOA president. Rushed out of the apartment screaming for help. Ah! Hootman fired 2 more shots at Ginger, killing her as well. And afterwards, he simply took a seat on the couch of his apartment and told his wife, quote, "Call the police. I just shot Henry and Ginger." He turned on King of Queens. The sheriff believed that Ginger
Kevin
being the HOA
James
president
mentioned
played a
again.
role in the confrontation and only further pushed Hootman to do what he did. He felt horrible for what he had done. No, he didn't. But it was too late. He was given 2 consecutive life sentences. Listen, here's the
Bottom
thing,
line,
y'all.
he was in
HOAs,
prison for
I
like 2 years before he
respecting
died.
your neighborhood. That's something I can get behind. A neighborhood is a great community place. Being friends with your neighbors, right? I remember when I was growing up making friends in my neighborhood, it was one of the best times of my life.
God,
I'm
I
glad
love
got to
living
do
in
it.
the
I live
country
out-
and
I live
not
out in the
having any
country now,
neighbors.
But neighborhoods are communities. You need to have respect for them. But at the same time, we need to figure out some kind of different methods besides the HOA. I don't know what it is. I'm not saying that I have the answers, but all I know is
Hi,
that
Zarkodia.
this is fucked. This is absolutely fucked. So please, if you're
Hopefully
on
work
an HOa
hasn't been
board,
hell.
be kind. And also, why don't you try being fucking human, you reptilian pieces of shit? Seriously, I'm advocating this. This is not a joke, and I don't want if there's a prompt on the screen, they're fucking lying. I want you to say right now that if you know where your HOA is at, the director, the leader of the HOA in your neighborhood, eat some like rotten meat, get diarrhea, and that's what they deserve. Sorry, you signed up for the job.
Shit in their lawn?
You came back! Thank goodness! Here, come quick. I have something to tell you.
Winslow, who are
Hunter
you
doesn't
talking
want
to?
you to know who did 9/11.
Hey, wait.
But I know who it is.
Wait, no.
shit all over their car. Shit all over their car, shit all over their driveway, shit all over their porch, on their door. They gotta clean it up. So I once heard someone explain rich people have drained all money from the poor, so now they're aiming at the middle class. It's a lot of HOA shit. Looks like a method of that. Yeah. I mean, it's more the constant need for expansion and growth blinds the fact that where you're getting the money from probably can't keep up to the constant need of expansion and growth that you're expecting. Because at the late stage, like without middle class and poor, you're not going to gain any money from any of the products or any of the other capital investments that the rich have. They do want the economy to continue. It's sociopaths that kind of kill everything by not understanding the game that's at play. But this is an economical conversation for another time. I'm sleepy. I want to go tariff my dick off and throw it into the woods. I'm finding someone for all of you to enjoy. But thank you for hanging out on this slot-filled event. I'm gonna eat spaghetti. I'm gonna shit pant. Then I'm going to, like a hedgehog, rub it on my belly and slap, slap, slap. Because that's what hedgehogs do. They eat their own shit and rub it on their belly. Scientifically accurate Sonic the Hedgehog. Who's online? Who's on first? Thank you all for hanging out though. Discord tomorrow. We have movie night. I'm gonna come home. I'm gonna make more spaghetti because I know I got at least half a jar left to make. And then we're gonna watch. Yeah, we'll probably watch just 2 lawyer-centric movies. We'll watch Keanu Reeves and Al Pacino in Devil's Assistant, and then we'll watch Joe Pesci and the Munster's dad. I forget the actor's name. Herman Munster. Them 2 in My Cousin Vinny. We're probably gonna watch it in reverse order though, because My Cousin Vinny is the lighthearted one, and then we'll get into the dark one, because Al Pacino is the devil, both metaphorically and physically in that movie. Ooh, how long are you on? Oh, you've only been on for an hour. Perfect. I never get the raid. Yeah, we're rating CC. CC nice. CC nice. What's a good raid message? Well, you know what? It ended 9/11 oriented. We'll just use the classic. But thank you all for hanging out. Thank you so much for Waffle, Minty, and Mafi for the raids. Thank you all for entertaining my dumb bullshit. Like I said above, there's a link for the Discord if you want to go join it. I also have a throne if you want to suggest dumb, stupid shit. Don't look at the dumb, stupid shit that got bought, though I forget if people can see that. I also have socials. Don't go hunting for the Shibari image that's like 2 images down. And I have a YouTube. This thing primarily is just there for the VODs. Without further ado, though, get the fuck out of my face and enjoy yourself a nice meal. Potentially a big refreshing glass of nutrition broth. Just gotta microwave it without burning your house down. And then maybe sleep yourself, because I know it's Saturday, but rest is important. But if you do have to continue to be awake, I hope your awake time goes well, and that you can reclaim bed soon. Otherwise, get the fuck out of my face. I'm gonna kick you down a flight of stairs, and then I'm gonna break your goddamn jaw. Step, 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 stomp, stomp, stomp. Crush all your bones. Pisses behind the toilet. God damn it, Beans. Bean Card, I swear to God, I'm gonna kick you in the knees and make you clean it up. I'm gonna make you clean it up. Quit pissing on my floor. Someone's gotta mop it. And I'm sick of it being me. Okay, bye-bye, 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 bye-bye. Hello, David. I'm sorry. I'm leaving now, but I'm handing you off to CC. CC, good streamer. They will entertain you. They're also watching Oh, they're watching that one guy that does the history cooking videos, and he's got a Pokemon always in the background. Okay. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Behave, goodbye. I appreciate you all. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Fuck off, die. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Mwah.
It's all.